I'm eating food.
Towards Donald Trump, I think is fucking crazy. And that's like 85% of Republicans right now. Why do you like Trump over Biden? Well, Trump did way better with the economy. What did Trump do for the economy? Tax cuts. They like Trump because he represents a real anger that people have, and they want to break it. And Trump is the guy saying, I'll break it for you. Is that the best president in my entire lifetime in the United States? For a lot of people, life just works better on rails. There are people who it's like if you throw them into the wind, they are lost. The Republican Party is on the verge of collapse.
Stephen Bonnell, aka Destiny, thank you so much for coming on the Iced Coffee Hour. You're one of the biggest streamers across all platforms. You've appeared on podcasts like PBD Podcast. You've debated Alex Jones, Ben Shapiro. That was a recent debate that blew up. It's like 6 million views in a week. Jordan Peterson recently, that hasn't came out yet. We're going to talk about this. Fresh and Fit, Whatever Pod. You've debated basically everybody, which I admire a lot. Some people call you Ben Shapiro of the left because you talk very fast and you're incredibly intelligent.
And by some people, you mean the title you put on my YouTube video, okay? I should have called him the Destiny of the Right.
Did you feel okay by that?
Funny.
Was that all right by you?
It was fun. That's fun.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for coming on, man. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
So the Ben Shapiro debate. This is, I feel like, what everyone's been talking about. It's highly anticipated. We brought it up to you if you would debate Ben. You said yes. That clip went viral. We brought it up to Ben when we had him on if he would debate you. He said yes. That clip went viral. How did this all come about?
I'm kind of friendly with Lex, and I think I did a Jubilee show, and Jubilee asked me at the end, could you film like a call out to Ben Shapiro and maybe we could host it? Lex saw that and Lex was like, hey, do you think I could get this debate? And I love Jubilee, but Lex is like the guy that would let me have a 2 to 3 hour uninterrupted conversation. Jubilee will shoot 3 hours of content and they cut it down to like 45 minutes. And I just feel like Lex's platform would have been really good for that. So I was like, well, if you think you can get the debate, then go for it. And then Lex did a bunch of work in the background and he, got the debate.
Was that hard to schedule with Ben?
Lex set all of that
he
up. He
facilitated all of it.
Yeah.
Were you nervous for the debate with Ben?
Not particularly, no.
How did you prepare for that? Did you just go in or did they give you topics to talk about and you could research them?
I think it was going to be a pretty broad conversation. So we went over, it must have been like 10 topics in like 2 hours. And a lot of the Trump related stuff is more, I'm just kind of like curious because it's such an easy topic on my end and such an indefensible topic on their end. I'm just more curious, like, how are you going to try to navigate this particular thing? But I've been doing a lot of political stuff for the past like 4 to 6 months now, ever since I started Vyvanse and stopped talking to Red Pillars. So, my brand has been pretty plugged in politically. So I felt like pretty okay to go on it. Yeah.
Interesting. You think that Trump stuff is indefensible?
Yeah, obviously. Right. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Easily.
Well, I just think that like half of the nation, well, not half, but a pretty, what is it, 40% approval rating for Trump?
I know that the conservative approval rating is always very, 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 very high. Yeah.
My general thought is that I feel like it's somewhat defensible if 40% of the general population is somewhat in support of something, but that's beside the point. We want to know.
I find for the Trump stuff, I would just say most people just don't know the facts of anything that have happened. So when you don't know the facts, you think that like, oh yeah, well, people are indicting him for no reason. Everybody hates him for no reason. People say he stole the election for no reason. They try to say there's an insurrection for no reason. But when you actually lay out all the facts, then it's like, okay, oof.
But if you go up against Ben Shapiro, I mean, his whole thing is like facts. At least that's what he claims. So don't you think that he would at least have a different angle to attack it?
He criticizes Trump a lot, though.
The thing is, Ben Shapiro this is the funny part, is that when you go to the people that know, their defenses start to look, in my opinion, very wacky. So Ben Shapiro's defense of Trump was that he graves him on a big curve, so he gives him a lot of leeway, and that Trump would try to take over the government as a dictator, which he tried to do, but Ben feels like the guardrails are strong enough that he won't be able to do it even if he tries a second time. So it's more of an admission than like most people will make. I find that insane, but yeah.
Do you think Ben was the hardest debate you've ever had?
Probably not, but not because it was a dumb debate or not because he didn't know anything, but just because it was just kind of like surface level and everything. We kind of like hit topics and then move to the next one on kind of a surface level way. So I'm sure if we had like a 2 or 3 hour conversation on like 1 or 2 topics, it would be far more challenging. Yeah.
Would you have preferred that to go deeper on each topic? Because I noticed it seems as though some of these topics are only like 10, 15 minutes long. They give you a few minutes, him a few minutes, another few minutes between both of you, and then it was on to the next.
There was a part where Ben was like, here, let me actually draw this out for you. And he looks for like a pen and a piece of paper to be able to draw this line curve of job production between like Joe Biden and Donald Trump. But then Lex was like, all right, we got to like take this back. We're getting a little too granular.
Yeah, I would definitely prefer that, but it's also like, it's like a first conversation. So you have to buy a little bit of trust with the other person. I think it was a good conversation for our first conversation.
Are you going to have another one?
Hopefully. We'll see. There's nothing like planned right now, though. So.
What's different when you debate Ben versus somebody else?
Nothing. I try to take a similar approach to everybody. In that.
Hold on, I'm sorry. I had to fucking wash my hands.
That like there's a dynamic approach depending on the person that I'm talking to, how radical or not radical they are, how reasonable or not reasonable they are, how much of a showman they are versus how much of a stick to the facts kind of person they are. So Ben, I'll have like a unique approach to Ben, but it all stems out from like the same type of dynamic approach I take to everybody.
The one thing that you mentioned in that debate that I did notice, and I noticed a lot of people doing this, is you would make a point and they would counter that point by not addressing the point, but saying, well, we shouldn't focus on this. We should focus on all these other things.
Mm-hmm.
How do you navigate something like that and get someone back to the point? It seems like a lot of times they'll avoid the point entirely.
Well, there are two different concepts you're talking about that sound similar, but they're totally different. In terms of policy, that was the one that I was focused on with Ben, and that I feel like sometimes conservatives.
I think I just pre-poisoned Donphan for this shit. The thing that sucks is like Donphan is like the best Pokemon for like everything. And there's 5 Pokemon on this team. And the idea of like pre-poisoning Donphan just sounds fucking horrible. Just because this guy could freeze me with Ice Punch. But if he freezes me with Ice Punch, I just lose kinda. Unless I have like another ground type or something. But like Donphan being frozen is fucking horrible for the rest of the play as well. The only like real way to deal with this is something like I don't even know. I feel like you have to have like a water ground type specifically. So that he sees cross chop and he just uses cross chop every time. Where's Nidoqueen? No, Nidoqueen also takes Ice Punch, yeah. It also doesn't even two-shot because Nidoqueen's a shit Pokemon.
I call it like the conservative merry-go-round.
Yeah.
Where anytime you want to address a thing, they want to address another thing. Or if you want to make an incremental change somewhere, they'll say, we can't do that incremental change because it doesn't fix everything. So we should only focus on this. And that's very frustrating to me. So for instance, you might say something like red flag laws for firearms, the ability to flag people and say, this guy's probably a danger. Maybe we should do something about it. They'll say like, oh, well, that doesn't fix gang violence, so we shouldn't do this. It's like, okay. Or I think the examples that we were going through in that conversation were in schools.
Yes.
I think air conditioning and food availability are like 2 of like the easiest, most data-driven, helpful things to children in school. And that would be a thing that could help a little bit. But Ben's point, which is true, is that, well, this is going to fix the schools. I was like, well, of course not, but it helps. Well, we need to fix like families or whatever, right?
Correct.
And I feel like anytime you want to focus on like a particular problem or try to help in an incremental way, conservatives will hop back 1 or 2 steps and go, well, it doesn't fix everything, so we need to do this.
Alright, so we're gonna give him... Yeah, we're just gonna do that, and then he's gonna die. It's probably Serena. Serena's gonna have what, +3? Yeah, it's gonna be Serena, Trap Kick. We go to... Probably like Masquerade, right? We just don't have an item. This crap lock guy. I hate how this hidden power doesn't like come across in when you export. I think it's really irritating. Fuck. Yeah, because these guys have dark moves. It's like so wild. Like, bro, leave me alone. Like, can I get value out of my guy? Jesus. This guy's also got a drop kick, which is gonna lower my fucking attack stat. So I can't even two-shot him. Dude, this... What? Dude, this knockoff does so much damage. What the fuck? Bro, get a grip, Zatu. Also, look at the payback damage. Is Mask just gonna have to take, like, kill 2 people here? Like, who's killing this grab lock? How is payback damage calculated? Oh my god, is Revenge calced at 60? Like, how is Revenge calced? Like, if I put like force spawn there. Okay, no, it's calced at 60. Yeah. Okay, payback is calced at the order that it sees here with the speed. I suppose there's actually a really good chance Serena low kicked here. But it's fine. Like, we're not gonna like, what's it called? I don't know. Like, fret too much about it. Like, I'm just gonna switch in the Masquerade, and we're not gonna switch into Token Tomorrow. We're not gonna switch into anything else. There's just like no reason to care about the damage that is taken here because like the damage that we take is just so small. We're gonna take like fucking 40% maximum from this interaction. I think there's no reason to care about this. There's probably. Oh no! This is definitely gonna be him, right? And we'll be dead to heat crash, so he's gonna click heat crash. Then we go to like, I don't know, Kingler or some shit. Yeah, I think we Kingler on that. So we Kingler. This is like a really easy two-shot. Depending on my H. Oh no! This revenge is gonna fucking ruin us, dude. Oh, I know why it does so much damage. Okay. Because this is 90 base power because he has Technician. I was like, dude, Revenge is fucking me up right now. What the fuck? But yeah. Okay. So it only does like 30 base power more. But yeah, you can basically go like that to find out how much damage you're gonna take from like the actual thing. I'm not sure how much damage Kingler is gonna like. Yeah, like there's like no leeway here. I don't know. But yeah, if you just set this to like 90, it's the exact same percentage because he has technician. But okay, no, at least it makes sense now. But yeah, this payback should basically always be or sorry, this move that he uses should always be revenge. And Togedemaru would like tank paybacks. Payback makes contact, yes. Because this is like the plan. Yeah, it makes contact. Dude, double trouble is like already gonna be a thing here. Double trouble. Basically, we're gonna go to Togi. Togi's gonna fake out. Togi's gonna fake out. Togi's also going to take a payback, and it's gonna be iron barbs as well. And then we go back to Masquerade on their revenge. Hey, nothing about payback AI. Revenge, nothing about revenge. Pain split, nothing about pain split, okay. Apparently these are all just like fictional moves that aren't real. I think what we're gonna do here is basically Togi's gonna do that shit, and then we're gonna give Muscle Band to this guy. He's gonna click Revenge. We're gonna, or where's Muscle Band? Yeah, let's call specifics, right? So what is 1/8 of his health? Is 1/8 12%? Iron Barb. Get out the calculator. 88 divided by 8. It's 11, so it should take exactly 11. Minimum damage from fake out is also 11, so he's going to be at 66. And this guy with Muscle Band does minimum 66 damage. Cool. Pleasure doing business. So, what are we looking at here? You get an Oran, you get nothing. What is King Lu doing? Oh, King Lu wants the Rost. You want an Oran. You want a Muscle Band. And then it's just Quagsire. And I think Quagsire just kind of gets owned by what you do see. We could probably like pivot through Kingler maybe. Because Kingler should have like plenty of health at this point in the fight. Yeah, I think pivot through Kingler to bait an Earthquake or a Curse. Oh, he's got Curse. Oh, Jesus. Okay, maybe we don't do that. Maybe we just go directly to Saul's book. It should be fine. How much does like Ice Punch crit do? Even like Ice Punch crit. Okay. Yeah, we're fine. So he's gonna be Orin. No, it's not. Somebody here that you came to say. Yeah, I came to fuck your mom, old man. Sorry. All right. I think it's this guy. Maybe I should use Orin. Do you get more? $104, $111. What the fuck is there at 111? Did I already go to her at 111? Get down, boyo. I love Serena Spells so much. Why Trop Kick? What? Wait, this guy outspeeds me? Are we speed time? Oh, I didn't even see that. That's so interesting. Wait, why Trop Kick? What is happening? Oh, is it because I have quick attack? It's so fun. It's a priority move that I can't even use against it because it has Queenly Majesty. Okay, he sees kill here, but he could still Will-O-Wisp, I think, because he doesn't like always see kill. But the switch in AI sees kill, is what I mean to say. Yeah, he Will-O-Wisps. Which is fine, we have Ross. I think even if he does it again, I think I still can kill him. Oh, maybe not. It's fine. I win this interaction, like, so easily. No will-o-wisp, please? Nice. I love that animation. Wait, he crashes not based on HP, is it? Okay, good. Yeah, these are both based on your weight, I believe. Cool. Right. Too late for having impact with that one, buddy. You're like basically dead. Oh, nice. Good meme. Okay, good meme. Taylor's actually kind of low. Oh, well, we're not pivoting through him anymore anyway. Okay, so this should really always be revenge. Even if it's payback, we don't really care that much. Yep, it's revenge, good. And now he's a crit too. We just want to make sure that he's never clicking revenge on Togedemaru. That's like the biggest thing that matters. Iron Barb's chip. Fight. Fake out. Grab blocked flinched. You should see a kill with revenge here. Good. And with muscle band, we should always kill this with drill peck. Very good. This is Quagsire. We're like a little bit scared of Curse here. Not like too much. Nah, we just go straight to solid bar. I don't think we fuck around. We just do the textbook. So this is +1 attack and 1 defense, right? We got the Rendo Berry. Oh wait, am I dead to Ice Punch curve? Oh my god. What's he doing? Ice Punch. Okay, he didn't crit. We proc the Oran. I think we just win, right? Yeah, I just win. Yeah. Even with +1 defense, it's still killing me. Good, 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 good. Yeah, I'm really happy that I just went straight to Saw's block in there. Didn't care about shit. Wait, who else had an item? No, I don't think anybody else had like a item. Wait, right? Dude, did I get something knocked off? I'm sorry, dude. I need to rewatch my own footage. Mask never had an item. Donphin had Oranberry. Kingler had Rostberry. Toby should have had Oran, right? Toby still has Oran. Dotto had Muscle Band, and then Sawsbuck had Oran. No. We never... Yeah, we're fine. I don't need to sit here and do this shit. Yeah, I'm just going crazy.
This radical society-changing thing, like enforcing shotgun marriages, I think was his.
That was it,
like,
yeah.
Okay, well, this feels
Recommending shotgun marriages.
Recommending it. But I will say that's different than in a debate when somebody won't ever address a point you're bringing up, which I don't think Ben ever did that. I don't think he like avoided addressing a particular point. Yeah.
What I thought was really interesting is it sounded honestly kind of like a therapy session of like two like a wife and a husband that have been together for a super long time and they're having struggles in their relationship. Like you would say, man, I just feel like conservatives always do this. They do the conservative merry-go-round and they don't attack the issues where they have the control. And then Ben was like, I feel like liberals always ignore the iceberg. They're just focused on the thing that's above the waterline when there's this whole massive problem underneath it. And it was really funny, just like the difference in, I don't know.
Yeah, the reality is you have to come at it from both ends, but anytime you talk to somebody on the left or the right, they only want to address their end and then vent their frustrations about the other end, which is very frustrating. So anytime you try to bring somebody a little bit over to the middle where it's like, the family structure is incredibly important, obviously for a whole bunch of different predictive things in society, but also there's incremental changes you can make in schools too. We can do both. It doesn't have to be one or the other. It can be both, but people get really hung up on their particular thing. Yeah.
Who do you think won the debate?
I don't know. I mean, like I said, I don't think it was like a huge debate. Like I think we kind of like bounced through topics. I don't think that we resolutely concluded on a particular thing where it's like you're wrong about schools or you're wrong about Trump or you're wrong about whatever. It was just kind of our different perspectives in terms of how we viewed those things.
What do you think Ben would say? Do you think he would say he won?
I don't know, maybe. I'm not sure.
I feel like people on the left would probably just say you won. People on the right would probably say you won.
Maybe, depends. Some people on the left will say I won because my points were better on like Trump or something, or they'll say I lost because I needed to push him way harder on other things. And I'm sure there are people on the right that say, oh, Ben crushed him because he said the things that they agree with, and there might be some people on the right who's like Ben didn't do as good because he should have crushed him on these points or whatever. Yeah.
You posted on Twitter yesterday that you finally dressed up for a podcast or interview, and it was a photo of you and Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
I want to know how that conversation went. Was it more of a debate or a conversation that's not released yet? Because it was just filmed yesterday. I'm assuming this is probably going to be released before that. Maybe we could get some teasers.
I didn't expect him to stand up. We got into a physical fight about 45 minutes in, which was crazy. It's hard to say who won exactly because I'm just kidding. It was definitely, it went from like conversation to like debate to conversation to debate to conversation. I think I was pretty happy with the level of combativeness. He seems like he's somebody that's able to ratchet it up and then kind of like bring it back a little bit and not be completely unhinged. I'll say there was like a 30-minute section on climate change, which I wish I could have been more prepared for because I was not ready for it to be a debate on climate change. He asked me for an example of like in capitalism, do you know what an externality is?
Yeah.
Okay, so in when you're trying to deal with a policy, you might do a particular thing, or there might be a thing that happens, and there's an external effect that's not accounted for in your system.
Sure.
So like pollution, in my opinion, that's like the go-to good example of an externality, right? If you pollute a ton, you don't have to pay for it, so that's external to your system, and it's not factored into the cost. And as soon as I brought that up as an example, like, oh, well, here's an externality where government can help sometimes, then it was like, okay, well, the WEF and where they're trying to make us eat bugs, and Bill Gates and billionaires and the global elite and the UN are all trying to do this. And I'm like, oh, Jesus. And then we did like a 30-minute thing on climate change. So, yeah.
Why does he go from pollution to the World Economic Forum and all these other places? Like, what is their involvement in that?
As Graham and I definitely know, and you may know too, that running a business is incredibly challenging, and trying to stay organized with a bunch of different spreadsheets and softwares can oftentimes end up taking more energy than what it's worth.
But with today's sponsor, NetSuite, all you have to do is remember these three numbers: 37,000, 25, and 1. 37,000 because that's how many companies have switched to NetSuite and stopped doing things like typing in manual data entry and searching throughout scattered information. 25 because NetSuite has spent 25 years helping businesses drive down their costs. And 1 because NetSuite is an...
Alright, this guy should never click drill run on Donphan, right? Just in case, I want to be able to like switch into something else.
all-in-one solution that allows you to manage all of your KPIs or key performance indicators with one efficient system.
NetSuite can help reduce mistakes from manual data entry, and trust me, if you've ever done manual data entry, there will always be mistakes, and prevent the busy work from scaling with your business.
So get a full picture of your business and help make better decisions faster.
Right now, you can download NetSuite's popular KPIs checklist for free at netsuite.com/iced.
Again, that's netsuite.com/iced to get your free KPIs checklist. Again, for free, netsuite.com/iced.
Graham, did I hear that correctly? netsuite.com/iced? The link is also down below in the description. Thank you so much, NetSuite, and back to the episode.
Why does he go from pollution to the World Economic Forum and all these other places? Like, what is their involvement in that? What is he saying that they're doing that's negatively affecting society? I mean, I get the eating bugs thing. I've looked into this. It seems very interesting. It seems like crickets are a good source of protein.
Oh, boy.
You could feed a lot of people. You disagree?
No, you're gonna get these people in your comment section now.
I feel like it's not controversial. It's like this seems like a fact.
I don't know about the crickets. Can you elaborate?
Crickets are like the highest source of protein that you could get. They reproduce.
What does that have to do with WEF?
I don't quite know.
I want you to eat bugs.
Yeah, I guess they're like Bill Gates and the WEF, and this is like some high level. I don't quite know. Is seeming to think that we should force people to eat bugs. Because it's
and that way you'll own nothing and be happy.
Exactly,
and
but it's a way that you could feed the planet. The amount
of
waste that
goes from cows,
exactly from cows or raising meat, is so absurdly high. But you need that for certain vitamins and proteins, and you get the same thing with crickets for a fraction of the cost. You could grow crickets anywhere; they reproduce very quickly. I guess it's the idea.
But we haven't tried this on large scale yet. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, what if we start having these crazy cricket colonies and they start gaining intelligence and then take over the human? We just don't know.
I don't know. I think if you want to solve a lot of hunger, it's probably crickets. It's probably insects.
I think people are going to say, like, come up with like a class problem, you know what I mean? With that, like the people on the bottom are just like, you know,
eating crickets.
But you don't look at people lobster. On the top get like.
Look at lobster though. Lobster used to be like the cockroach of the sea. Lobster did not used to be the culinary luxury that it is now.
Going to be a delicacy?
They could be. We don't know this. But lobster is now a delicacy. And beforehand, it would be like, ew, you eat lobster? That's like for peasants. I'm saying a lot of things have changed.
Interesting.
But what are your thoughts on that?
This is where I'm at right now for our political stuff. I think that it's probably true for everything, actually. But you know how you might have like 10 or 15 different beliefs? You might think a thing about climate change. You might think a thing about vaccines. You might think a thing about the presidency. I think people like to have this idea that they have rational justifications for all of their different beliefs. But I think what actually happens is I think there's like constellations of belief systems, and I think you just inherit these from whatever social group you're in. And when you go into that social group and you inherit the constellation of beliefs, all of these beliefs kind of sort of implicitly rest on every other belief. And it's not really changeable, because if you pull out like one thing, it's like a Jenga tower, it all collapses. So when you talk to somebody, unfortunately, today about a particular subject, because of how homogenous and how huge these like political groups have gotten, I think you can make a lot of predictions about things that they believe about other things, and it all just kind of goes together. So if I ask you, for instance, about what you think about Andrew Tate, if you think that in Romania, if you think that the charges are trumped up and it's not fair what they're doing to Andrew Tate, you probably also believe that the WF is trying to control your life. You probably also think the UN is like a corrupt organization. You probably think that we should support Russia over Ukraine in the war. You probably supported Donald Trump. You probably think the mRNA vaccines were rushed and are making us unhealthy. You probably you probably think like trans people are fake. There's like 20 different beliefs that like everybody inherits just on their social groups. And that's how I feel about, so when climate change comes up, well, obviously this is the ruling global elite billionaire class that's trying to force us to, they'll quote that one article, own nothing and be happy. So we're a runner society. They all want us to eat crickets. Yeah, Klaus Schwab. Oh, don't even get me started on it, right? It's always that type of thing, I think, yeah.
That's really interesting. Chris Williamson brought this up when we collaborated with him, but he said if he knows about 3 things about a person and their ideology, and then he can pinpoint every other ideology. He doesn't really respect them. He feels like they're looking at life through an ideological lens rather than as an independent thinker, which I kind of agree.
That's true.
How dangerous is it when you notice yourself slipping into these, I guess, ideologies? And how do you prevent that?
So I wouldn't say I lose respect for people. I think it depends on the kind of person you are. I think there's something that's really, really important to keep in mind. There's a couple of important things. Is one, we live in worlds where you need some sort of like ideological congruency with the people around you, or else you can't survive, right? So for me, and you can probably find me saying this, I'll say things like similar to what Chris Williams says, like, I shouldn't be able to predict every single belief you have based on 2 tweets. That's fucking pathetic, okay? In my opinion. But I'll say that. But then also, I'm not surrounded by a whole bunch of people that are kind of enforcing that ideological homogeneity. Like, what if it was the case that I've got really strong opinions about Israel-Palestine that are probably out of sync with a lot of younger people today? Well, if I was going to school and I was 21, would I want to make those opinions known? Like, what if that means losing half my friend group? And you can't lose half a friend group. You probably lose your whole friend group because now people have to make choices on who to hang out with. And the decision for an individual in like a social group that requires some level of cohesion, that's going to be a really difficult decision to make. So I'm understanding of people that, you know, kind of have buy-ins to their social groups and need to believe certain things to maintain membership with those social groups. I'm sympathetic towards it. The less sympathy happens when I'm talking to like YouTubers or political figures. I don't like partisan people or people that have a strict adherence to a particular ideology in the face of all other things and all other like data or evidence. So like, for instance, like, I don't think it's bad to support political figures. I think that's fine. But let's say tomorrow, the most 100% rigorous, factual, everything about this study, it was just true. You knew it was true if you read it. And it says that like socialism is the best way to organize society, okay? Personally, I'm a capitalist, but if that study came out, okay, well, fuck it. I guess I'm a socialist. If it really is the best thing, that's fine. But if you take somebody who's really smart, in my opinion, Ben Shapiro is really smart, but he's a conservative pundit, there's no way that he can ever make any concessions towards that particular thing because his audience are all conservatives. He's going to lose his paycheck, his money, his business, all of his employees' livelihoods will be threatened. So when it comes to people that are partisan, I think that I'm sympathetic towards individuals, but when it comes to larger figures, I'm less sympathetic because I feel like you guys are getting paid big bucks to do this particular stuff. You should be a little bit more fearless when it comes to exploring kind of the edges of your ideology or pushing into other ideologies. And
that's really interesting. And I also want to be sure that everyone here knows I'm not quoting him directly when he says he loses respect for people when he can pinpoint all of their beliefs based off of 3.
You're just kind of
right. Yeah. You were saying that you don't think Ben would alter his opinion because he's motivated by profit to think a certain way.
Or there's a bit of audience capture there because he's like the conservative guy, right? Yeah.
He is the conservative guy. Yes. But even if facts came out that disproved everything he was saying and they were objective axiomatic facts, he would not change his opinion. I want to know if you think that means that Ben is a bad faith political pundit.
Bad faith is there's a spectrum of bad faith, I think. I would say that anybody that is like ideological partisan has some adherence to that political ideology, and there might be some level of bad faith. But I mean, it's going to depend on how you flex it. So, for instance, I might talk to some conservatives.
No. Yeah. We just got a free poison Kingler. I think we just free poison Kingler, and we're just chilling. Oh, yeah, it just makes the most sense. Yeah, I think absolutely. Because this rapid ass is gonna click hypnosis on us, and that's not good. Yeah, we just pre-poison him, we leave him that way. This guy is gonna get owned by Togedemaru. He's gonna have a chest of berry on. And then this other guy is gonna get owned by Bedlam. So he's gonna click tail slap. We're gonna go to Togi. This guy's gonna eat shit. Because Togi's the go. And then he's just gonna click it again, right? Dude, I just don't have like the rock types to deal with this thing. You know? I think no, I guess Donovan isn't like the greatest backup. Who do I have that's like a decent physical defender? It's like Donovan, and that's it. I should be fine here. I don't know. Yeah. Just having him kill himself with tail slap and shit. I really should be fine. Yeah. And then we just do this. Yeah, he wants to like heat wave against this guy. Oh, yeah, fuck it. Let's go for the yeah, let's get Lux Race in action here, you know. We'll give Kingler a potion. Or like right now. I genuinely don't remember which guy this is, so which guy I'm on. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, it was just Razor Shell. Boom, boom. Oh man, why is this Swallow? They both outspeed an Oko. Does it like flip a coin? I don't get it. Does it see Tail Slap as 3 hit for switching? Hmm. Does Luxray take 2 hyper voices? Oh. What does he want to use on Donphan? That's a hyper voice Donphan. Mm. No, he actually could Brave Bird here. Nah, we're just gonna go Luxray. I think we're fine. I think it doesn't matter. Brave Bird would actually be really nice here. We never did a Crow. Okay, I don't know what he's using though. Yeah, like the problem is that this is random move. If it's Rock Blast, this could be a problem. It's just Tail Slap. Okay, not good. Oh, he missed. Okay, we're fine.
that they will bury their head in the sand when it comes to anything that Donald Trump has done. That's the norm for conservatives. Ben will at least acknowledge it all. But then, in my opinion, if I were to say he would be bad faith in any way, I would say that the excuses that he makes for Trump are way out there that he would never make for somebody on the left. So if Biden were to say, like, oh, I'm going to tell, Kamala Harris to change the election results, or I'm going to call all these states and say, hey, guys, you need to change your electoral college votes, I think it would be over. I think Ben would say, like, this is obviously one of the most corrupt things I've ever seen in my entire life. But I think he's actually said that about, like, about Hunter Biden, in comments relating to Hunter and Joe Biden. And it's like, okay, well, why are you so quiet on, like, Kushner, penning $2 billion deals with the Saudis after his place in government, that in an office that Trump created for him, by the way. Like, Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, isn't even involved in government. Like, I feel like there's a lot of double standards at play there, and I think it comes down to political ideology, in my opinion. But to say that Ben is bad faith, I mean, it's all in a spectrum, I would say, yeah.
And what about Jordan Peterson?
I feel like Jordan Peterson is in the constellation of beliefs, and he's very much up there and out there. That's my feeling, yeah. But we argue quite a bit, I think, on vaccines, I think on global warming, it's out there, yeah.
Now, why do you think that each side needs a common enemy? You mentioned that on Chris Williamson, that it helps to unite people to say, this guy's bad, and we could all gear up together and say that person is causing all of our problems.
I think when you are being attacked by somebody, it just brings people together. You have a common enemy. You all feel like you've got a common struggle. You've got a common purpose. You can unite against something. You have got something in common to hate. I don't know why, but for humans, that's just a really unifying thing.
And what if there's no one to hate? Do they find somebody? Do they find something to dislike about a person?
Maybe turn on each other? I'm not sure.
I think people do generally need something, like Chris Williamson says, we keep bringing him up, run away from something as well as running to something. So it's like hating a certain group, but also loving another certain group.
Maybe, yeah.
What is your favorite debate that you participated in? So we actually use AI on every single episode of the Iced Coffee Hour, and it might actually be the most important new computer technology out there. It's storming every industry, and literally billions of dollars are being invested, so buckle up.
The problem, though, is that AI needs a lot of speed and processing power, so how are you able to compete without costs spiraling out of control?
Thanks to our sponsor, Oracle, it's time to upgrade to the next generation of the cloud, Oracle Cloud Infrastructure, or OCI for short.
OCI is a single platform for your infrastructure, database, application development, and AI needs.
OCI offers 4 to 8 times the bandwidth of other competing clouds, offers one consistent price rather than variable regional pricing.
And of course, nobody does it better than Oracle. So now you can train your AI models at twice the speed and at less than half the cost of other clouds.
Take a free test drive of OCI at oracle.com/iced.
That's oracle.com/iced. And again, to reiterate, it's free. So you can get started today, oracle.com/iced, with the link down below in the description. Thank you so much. And now let's get back to the episode.
What is your favorite debate that you participated in?
Oof, my favorite debate that I participated in. I really like things where if I do a lot of research and I acquire a lot of knowledge, it's fun. So Ukraine-Russia debates against, I think probably the most in-depth one I might have had was against Nick Fuentes. I think that was a good debate because I did a lot of research for that. I did a lot of research for like mRNA vaccines and COVID stuff. So those debates were pretty fun. I've done recently like a lot of Israel-Palestine research. At the end of the month, I'm pretty sure I'm having a 2-on-2 debate where one of my opponents is Norman Finkelstein for another Israel-Palestine thing that Lex is going to set up, and I'm looking forward to that. I think
Are you going to be doing it with Ben? Because I saw Lex's tweet where he's like, all the people in Israel, all the people in Palestine.
I will be doing it with Ben, not Ben Shapiro. Ben Morris.
Okay, got it.
But I don't think me and Ben are not going to be super aligned on that in-depth of a conversation about Israel-Palestine, I think. Broadly speaking, we're going to be on the same side if you're like a pro-Palestinian person, but I have very, very, very harsh criticisms of Israel. They're just not going to come up unless you're really in the weeds on stuff, yeah.
Who do you feel like is the most influential person on the left and the right?
Oh, man. I feel like it's so like bubbled off. Like it depends on what part of the internet you're on. Like you could argue that I'm pretty influential in terms of like political left debating people, but depending on where you go, people have never heard of me or even like Hassan or anybody. So I don't know, broadly speaking, who is the most influential on the left. I feel like we just don't have much really big alternative media on the left right now.
There's really not.
Like on the right, I would say Ben Shapiro is probably the largest and most influential.
Or Tucker.
Tucker definitely wasn't just on Fox News. I feel like he's lost a lot of influence after.
I don't know, on Twitter or on X now, the amount of views he's getting seems to be substantial. And we could argue
even
less
on
than
YouTube,
Fox, but
he's doing pretty good views right now.
What does he do? Do you know like what his last video was? Yeah, look it up.
They're usually in the millions.
Not usually. They vary.
Depends on the
quite
cast.
heavily.
I guess on the left, the Young Turks.
But that's not even like if you look at their views.
Yeah.
I mean, Tucker Carlson one day ago 260, one day 415, 2 days 440.
Okay, so on Fox he's getting
here's a
more.
million.
Tucker's definitely popular, but I would say 6 months ago Tucker was the most popular, maybe media person in the world. Definitely the most popular.
He was the most consumed. Yeah, they had the most live concurrent viewers on Fox News. Fox, I think, at 5 with Tucker.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was the most popular in the world. So he's still big. I'm not saying he's like nobody now, but I'm saying he took a dramatic fall off a cliff when he got kicked off of Fox. And you got to be careful with the Twitter views because I think you realize, right? It's like if you watch a video for 6 seconds, it counts as a view, and it's not an accurate way of determining how popular a person is. Yeah.
So why don't you feel like the left has more representation, like the right does?
Man, I don't know. The center left is like just not a fun place to be. Nobody really likes you. You have to fight. Conservatives will hate you just as much whether you're center left or a communist. And if you're center left, everybody online is going to hate you because the only people online are the far left, and those guys are fucking insane.
So why is nobody big on the far left? Why don't we have larger
the far left are
people there?
losers. They're crazy, and it's a super minority opinion. These guys are the most detached. They're all like millionaire socialist tanky fucks who like cheer when like Israeli babies are killed. Like they're actually fucking insane. They're unhinged.
So where is the majority on the left?
Like in the real world, it's probably like center left, but like those people aren't online. Like you don't find like black people between the ages of like 45 and 65 like aren't on Twitter, or like center left, like cosmopolitan liberals and shit aren't really on like Twitter anymore. It's like young, white, affluent, very far left, in college kids. These are the people that dominate social media, I think, these days.
So what's the difference between that and people on the far right? Like, why are those people on the internet? I'm trying to figure out like what the commonalities
people on the
are.
Far right, I feel like aren't super on the internet. At least now.
Sometimes,
why do they have the personalities that garner so many
far
views?
right? Never mind.
It's
No,
different.
far
And
right's
it's
pretty online,
weird,
bro.
but like I would say that like for the far left, I think this is a very very small minority of all Democrats, like less than like 3 or 4%, if that. It's very small minority. But on the right, I would argue that like for radical right, I feel like you're really mad because I think that anybody that supports Donald Trump, I think is fucking crazy, and that's like 85% of Republicans right now. So they're way more visible. You see a lot more of them, but because a lot of them are literally ready to follow Trump off a cliff, they just are louder on the internet. Yeah, there is no like. I guess I'm complaining about being a center left Democrat. Truly, being a center right Republican is probably a more difficult place to inhabit, I would imagine.
I would say it's difficult for us too because we like to really have equal representation on the podcast, and it's difficult for us to find people on the left to have on because there aren't that many, and the people that we do ask, it's very difficult to get them to say yes.
They've denied us a lot.
Yeah.
Yes. And then some people like we.
Wait. Okay, this is gonna be Sauce Buck. He outdamages a gear grind. This guy outspeeds and outdamages though, so he should. This should be Frostlass. Because he's +3. Or it's gonna be +5, depending on how much damage I take. So it should be Frostlass, Ice Beam. Yeah, Luxray kind of thick though. Is Luxray our guy? Nah, I feel like Clawitzer is just better, right? Oh, well, we're gonna be like poison. God, that is so much damage from Hex, bro. Oh, this is ass. Oh, man. Like, what do you even do? I think I know what to do, okay? So I think you pivot in... I think you pivot in a pre-parad Prinplup, right? So that he always uses Hex. He clicks Ice Beam, he always uses Hex, and then you go to Klotzer on the Hex, and he's gonna have a Cherry Berry equipped. Or even Celio, I guess, because all he's doing is tanking an Ice Beam, right? What is my purpose? You tank ice moves. Oh no. Or I don't know if I did the meme right. Because if he gets burnt by a Will-O-Wisp, it's not as big of a deal. Like the real problem comes into play when like, oh man, yeah. No, Togedemaru does really well here. Togedemaru just might be like him, like the guy that you need. However, I think he's more of a backup than a main guy. Because he's like the backup for the other thing as well. Well, no, he's not even a backup. He's literally just a fucking pivot. Like he's tanking like 10 damage from Signal Beam. And then we're just going back to Saw's book. Like it really doesn't matter, but like we generally like don't want Togedemaru to be like, you know, dying. This shit. Well, let's just say it's Klotzer versus this guy. Yeah, it should just be one of these two guys coming in. We don't really know which one. But like no matter what, you basically just switch in some ground type, which is probably just Donphan. Because we only have one ground type that's, you know, actually usable and actually like an acceptable, you know, guy. If it's Clang Clang, we just immediately go to Donphan. I think there's no question about that. Because if he uses Automatize, so what does this move do? Or sorry, Autotomize. Raises the speed stat by 2 stages. Oh, that's fine. It's just speed. I don't give a fuck. It's just speed. I thought it was like his attack and shit too. No, that's like Shell Smash, right? It's like raise your speed and attack and special attack by 2, and then lower your defense and special defense by 1. I think that's what it does. But yeah, so we can tag a gear grind. we can't really tank 2 of them. So that might be a problem. And so, like, Togi's going to be our little backup for that. No, wait, this can... Fuck. No, Togi, pivot. Fuck. Blah, 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 blah. Because what is he clicking against Togi? He wants to click... Oh, got it. It's like random. That's so bad. Fuck. Wait, what if we gear grind into, like, a water type? Like Prinplup. Yeah, bring Prinplup over Celio. That makes more sense. Wait, what about Luxray versus this guy? What does that look like? That looks like trash. Okay. We'll talk. So we gear grind into the Prinplup and then it's just electric move again. I think Nidoqueen is our guy for this. And then what items? Probably just Orin. This guy's Metal Coat and this guy's Lom. Okay, cool. That's fine with me. Are we Orin and like everything? This guy wants Cherry. This guy needs to be pre-Parrot. This guy wants Ross. This guy wants Orin. God. Yeah. That's fine. We gotta talk tomorrow. Sawsbuck on the Earth Tower. Hornberry. Now we heal up with the Horn Leech. Actually, not even that much HP. Okay, good. Frostlock. Pretty sick call. Like it. Okay, you should see a kill with Ice Beam. You want to go to Print Pup on that? Actually, it doesn't matter what he uses. He's never clicking Hex. It's literally the only thing that matters. Now Hex should be the only thing that he clicks, and we go to Claw Surf on that. This is fine. We click Water Pulse. Nice miss. And we just click it again, because why wouldn't we? I think this is Electrode actually, because I'm pretty high HP. Yeah. This is a free switch to Nidoqueen. We always take those. He has a Lumberry. Wait, why did he foul play? Oh, they do have overlapping ranges. Okay. I thought there was like something going on there. With like health or some shit. Yeah, now I outspeed him by like 1 speed to... Cool. You should just always gear grind here. I would just like get some free damage with Toby here. He's gonna gear grind. The quad resist. Oh, nice. Wow. I shouldn't die to Gear Grind. I have Oranberry too. It's procs now. And he definitely dies to Ice Shard now. Alright.
We ended up getting them on, but it took months of scheduling. Whereas the people on the right, they're kind of like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Why is that? Do you have any idea?
I think right now, I think when the left is kind of more in charge of like overall the media and they don't feel the pressure to be platformed because they are platformed, they probably don't want to jump on to controversial or debate platforms as much because there's more to lose, and their own audiences will attack them quite a bit for it. Like, oh, you're supporting them. Why are you there? They platformed this guy, or why are you in this show? You know, Myron from Fresh and Fit was just there. Like, these guys are white nationalists. These guys are red pill, like blah, blah, blah. So it's harder because people on the left will hardcore audit you for going on places that they don't approve or talking to people that they don't like.
One thing that I've always found it really hard to grapple with is you think that if anybody supports Donald Trump, they're pretty much insane.
Yeah.
But that is still a significantly large population of a developed country of the United States.
That's pretty crazy.
So how do you not have this like shadow of a doubt, at least in your opinion, of like, okay, if so many people, and within this group of people, there are extremely intelligent people, they're very thoughtful people, they're very charitable people, they're very like open-minded people.
Find me some, and I'll show
Okay,
on this
well,
podcast
you know
we
what?
can talk to them. I don't believe that there are very intelligent people that support Donald Trump, but they do it with their head in the sand. Or if somebody were to say something like, listen, okay, yeah, Donald Trump is all these things, but like the tax cuts are good, and I like the economy a little bit more because he like tries to deregulate something. Like, okay, fine.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
South Park did a great episode where you have like a turd sandwich and like a piece of diarrhea. I don't know. And you have to choose between the turd sandwich and the diarrhea. If you have Trump and someone else, I'm just giving an example here, and you don't like the someone else, doesn't that then by default you're going with Trump? Does that make you
but that's
insane?
only if you're dumb enough to think that your choices are two things that are essentially the same. Like I said, I understand why some people support Trump. When I say that they're crazy, I don't necessarily mean like in a malevolent kind of way, or I'm sorry, malicious kind of way. Usually they just don't know anything. So they like Trump because he owns the left, or like because people say this thing like, oh well, the both parties are the exact same thing. Like, no, they're not. Like, you're rich if you think that. You're wealthy and you're stupid and you're disconnected. If you actually think that both parties stand for the same thing, they clearly don't, right? Abortion or Supreme Court justice picks are a really big example of that. Or support for like same-sex marriages are a big example of that. The difference in the types of legislations that both people have passed is a huge example of that. The different approaches to foreign policy are a huge example of that. Like the two parties are very, very, very different in terms of what they stand for and represent. The only way you can think they're the same is if you just don't follow it much, or if you're pretty wealthy and insulated and you don't really care that much and you just like whoever's the funniest on Twitter.
Yeah, it seems as though a lot of people will look, if it comes between Trump and Biden, people that like Biden and like the policies, but worry that his age is getting in the way, and say, well, between the two of them, I don't,
let's go.
I might pick Trump, just because the alternative is something that I think might be slightly worse.
I like I said, find me one of those people and we can have.
We want Togi in slot 2 so that it sees, because this guy's gonna see a kill against Togi. This guy's not gonna see a kill against Togi. Salzbuck, gonna get a Cherry Berry. This guy gonna get the Muscle Band, wherever that may be. There he is. Muscle Band. This guy's gonna click Bone Rush against Togi. And then this guy's just gonna keep horn leeching, because what the fuck else? What else is there? What else is a Sawsbuck gonna do, man? You know? Nothing more for a Sawsbuck to do. Oh wait, I wasn't calculating doubles. That shouldn't change anything, right? It just changes the amount of damage that discharge does. Yeah. Sawsbuck is just going to click thingy against him, and then the Bone Rush is going to come in. Now, I guess, like, who's tanking a Bone Rush? And a discharge? That's a fair question, okay? Because I only got 2 grass types. I don't really have an answer to that question. I'm gonna be honest with you. Because it's definitely not Serena. So one of the problems is that Bone Rush could 5 hit. I think this is fine. I think generally speaking, with Oranberry, most interactions here are perfectly safe. We're switching into a discharge on turn 2, right? So it should do like 29% damage at the most. Even with crit, like it's really not like insane. Do I even want to lead Togi? Is there like a reason to lead Togi? Because I could just lead him on Shin. I could lead, honestly, I could lead like anything. I could lead fucking Roserade, couldn't I? I can lead like anything that baits, I guess like Bone Rush, right? Oh no, you also need to outspeed Sea King. So what else outspeeds? Sorry. You have to outspeed Sea King or have a priority move. And you also need to be able to tank a discharge. Like who else in my box does this? Or you can just protect. Yeah, you just have Kingler and like 1 HP. You click protect. Oh, wait. Okay. Hold on. What if we use the first scale? So does Togedemaru outspeed this guy? No, Togedemaru is slower. So we can have Togedemaru tank the discharge. And we'll use a scale on Togedemaru to U-turn. So that whoever is coming in doesn't even need to tank a discharge. All they need to tank is the Bone Rush, which opens up a lot, I would say. Right? Like it opens this up, I would say. Where we have Kingler come in. It could still just be him on Shen. But basically, we have like Kingler come in, for example. He doesn't need to tank a discharge. Who is he U-turning on? I don't really know. Probably you might as well just do it on a Molga just to get like free damage, right? But U-turn. So we do that. Basically, we just have like Kingler come in. He tanks the Bone Rush. We have one turn where we're like fucking up Marowak here. And then Kingler switches out. Marowak dies. We just need something to tank a discharge. We could probably just go into like Roserade at this point. And then it's like what, Roserade plus Sawsbuck versus Lantern here. However, Roserade does not outspeed Lantern. Sawsbuck should. Sawsbuck does. Good, 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 good. Okay. No, 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 no. Wait, Lightning Rod increases your special attack, right? Special attack by 1 stage. Yeah, so we're fine. Yeah, we're cooking, bro. We're cooking. Togi is like insane for this fight. Oh, we're so close. It could be like Masquerade too, right? Oh, I'm retarded. I didn't even need to teach U-turn. Fuck. Yeah, I could have done this, right? Because this is a better plan. Wait, no, because I'm leading Togi and I need Togi. No, wait, what am I saying? Hold on. No, 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 no. I could have just done this all along. Fuck. Yeah, it's whatever. I think this is still a better switch. Like, no matter what. Togi's just like taking unnecessary damage at this point, though. Right? Like, there's no reason to even pivoting King Mar. We just want to go to Donphan. And Donphan might as well just like Ice Shard on that one turn, and then like basically. Might as well just pre-damage it so that he always dies to Brine. And then something comes in and tanks the Brine. Fuck, maybe we don't. You know what I actually kind of like? I kind of like the U-turn thing, except I go Hitmonchan. Just so it resets the discharge thing. Also ban Cherry. No, we actually need aura on you, right? I feel like I should have some kind of water type with me, but I just don't know how to do it. I don't know what like sort of pivot should I would even be doing. I think this wins. This seems actually like really simple. Yeah, Salzburg just clears on this fight, dude. Simple stuff. AC's Bone Rush kill on Togedemaru. Sawsbuck, Horn Leech on the Marowak, Togedemaru, U-turn on the Emolga. Emolga collects Discharge. Marowak gets a thing, nobody gives a fuck. U-turn on this guy. Now we go to Hitmonchan on the Bone Rush. Wait, does he have a citrus? Oh no, I didn't take that into account. Okay, he hit 3 times. Fuck. I literally didn't even look at this item. Hitmonchan should be fine. But we aren't resetting Discharge, which might be bad for the future, but we are gonna fake this guy out. So that he can't kill us. Yeah, we're good. Very good, very good. How does this work? I think this guy always blinds on Hitmonchan because he's low health. Yeah. Oh, we just Rosalia. Easy. Nice crit. Jesus Christ. Holy shit. What is Lantern doing? Rosalia. Yeah, I think it's clicking brine. Rosalia doesn't outspeed Lantern. I don't know how much HP he recovers here. How much does Brine do to like a Nidoqueen if it's full health? Yeah, I actually can tank. Yeah, we're good. We should be fine here, actually. He might even just die. Yeah, he just dies. Bosbuck goes to Donphan. Nidoqueen, probably Sludge Bomb, right? Rock Throw, Sludge Bomb. Nice. Let me save.
Hash it out. It's just so not even close to true.
Okay.
There's not.
I know, but there's such a
oh,
large contingent of people that feel.
Yeah,
that
but they just don't
support
know what they're
Trump.
talking about.
I just can't
Bring them in front of me. Give me 10 of them. You could send me with 10 in a room every single time I talk to these people. It's always the exact same thing. Like, why do you like Trump over Biden? Well, Trump did way better with the economy. What did Trump do for the economy? Tax cuts. How did that help you? Do you even do your own taxes? You make like $24,000 a year. You save me more money than you fucking retard. I actually take more money on my tax than you grossed in income because of your president who's a billionaire from New York, and this is the guy that represents you. Like, none of it actually makes sense. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm just saying, listen, when I talk to the people, it's always the same fucking talking points over and over again. They have no fucking idea about anything they're talking about. They like Trump because he's funny, because he represents a real anger that people have towards the system, and they want to break shit, and Trump is the guy saying, I'll break it for you. And that's it. That's the extent of the support for Trump. It doesn't go deeper than that ever. There's no policy analysis ever. There's no foreign policy analysis ever. There's no, like, what did Trump actually try to do to get reelected? Nobody even knows about, like, any of the J6 stuff or the elector fraudulent scheme or the pressure on the DOJ saying he was going to fire one of them, but they didn't write.
Hold on. We need to, Okay, he's got, like, body press. Yeah, he also has Citrus Berry. And he has Sing. Yeah, this is probably our guy for this. Yeah, I don't think it's Klotzer. I don't think... I mean, it could be Hitmonchan. There isn't really, like, a reason, right? There isn't a reason to use Hitmonchan over Luxray. I feel like Hitmonchan might be more useful later on in the fight. For example, on Rhydon? No, not at all. Okay. Well, maybe Klotzer on Rhydon? Absolutely. Absolutely. Dude, what the hell? Oh, because this is a max special defense fucking Gorilla. Holy shit, bro. Yo, this guy is fucking dudes up. Oh, okay. I basically need to say that everything crits though, right? Dude, what are you supposed to do against this thing without a rock type? This is so fucking annoying. Are you serious right now? I don't have a shell armor guy. I don't have a rock type. Oh my god, this is the dumbest shit ever. Bro. This is the dumbest thing ever. If this guy was fucking shell armor, this would be like a viable strat. Oh, hold on. I think this is a viable strat. It's so ridiculous, bro. So ridiculous. I think the other thing, an alternative strategy, right? We basically would have Hitmonchan in already when Delcatty comes in. That's the other strat. feel like it's too inconsistent to like expect Hitmonchan to do stuff here. But okay, so here's the oh god. Oh god, we are cooking so fucking hard right now. Okay, fuck. I can't even remember all this shit. Okay. So, basically Hitmonchan kills the Lapras. He's gonna send in Togekiss. He wants to either Air Cutter or Draining Kiss. We're gonna send in Luxray. Click Nuzzle twice. Pivot to Hamilton. He wants to Air Cutter or Grass Knot. Doesn't matter. Go to Togedemaru. Fake Out. And then, or yeah, wait, hold on. Fuck. So this is, let me just get the calculator here. So 20 plus 20 equals 40 plus, this. So he might get Draining Kiss recovery from this. He shouldn't get too much though. Whatever. The only thing is it doesn't, fuck. Yeah, the Draining Kiss recovery is like fucking me up a little bit here. He's also going to be getting it while Luxray is out. Okay, so after a certain point, this is actually a good thing. Oh, fuck. What if I crit Spark, though? Fuck. If I crit him, I'm like... The whole plan is, like, super just out the window. %56% chance to Oko. I think we take the risk here. Because otherwise there's like so many things that can just be like super fucked. And then basically... So we're given... We want to give Hamilton a Hardstone for this. Oh, Luxray can also handle this. Interesting. What if I give Luxray like Muscle Band? It probably doesn't do that much. It does like nothing. Oh, fuck that. Oh, sorry. Against this guy. It literally does nothing. It does not increase Nuzzle at all. Yeah, we're fine. Okay. I think we just take the risk. And if we got a steer, then we got a steer. Just make sure that we got like items on guys here. No. We need Chesto. Clawitzer chilling like pretty hard for this. I don't know if anyone else is really chilling on this. Yeah, Prinplup is just kind of like shit. This has to be like the closest to like a Deathless strat I could have. And then let me just check out below, bro. I think poison fucks me over like a lot more than other things too. Yeah, I'm gonna Pecha just in case I have to go in on a poison gem. Yeah, I'm really confident in this strategy. I really like this strategy. Just make sure I'm not like missing any items. Eviolite. Yeah, this guy crits you a lot. This guy's like super whatever. We're just like pivoting and blah blah blah. This guy's gonna trap you. He's got like quick draw and stuff. Fuck. I know I came up with this plan like really fast. I'm like, I think this makes just like a lot of sense. I've also like planned for this fight a lot of times with a pretty similar box. I am nervous though. Oh, dude, I don't know. Fuck. If he clicks Frost Breath twice, I'm like, we're really not feeling like that good. We really need him to click Sing. Because this Delcatty is like, we could just die to fake out. Like, it's pretty nuts. But if I do too much pivoting, he could Sing on like somebody else, and then it's like, what am I gonna have everybody have a Chesto equipped? Am I gonna have people pre-poisoned? What's my other water types? Where are my guys? I thought I had like a bunch of these guys. Where all my guys go? Actually, if we're being real, this Rhydon pretty much always just clicks Stealth Rock, right? I think I can get away with pre-poison Klutz or pre-burn or whatever. Does Luxray need an Oranberry? Oh, I love that call. No, because we want to bait Thunderbolt into Togedemaru. Hold on. I like this plan. I'm actually gonna turn off music so that it's not like super annoying. We also need Hardstone on this guy. Yes, okay. Yes. Okay, so Lapras will always click Thunderbolt. Then we go to Togedemaru. On the Thunderbolt, fake out. Wait, fake out into U-turn. He either uses Sing or Body Press. We don't really care which one. And then we go to Hitmonchan. The most we take is like this Body Press damage. And then yeah, I feel like we're chilling. I feel like we're doing a really fucking, like, easy shit. Yeah, these three need a chest up though. Why clots are pre-burn? Instead of Chesto. No, I think we just Chesto on him too. Yeah. Okay, hold on. We're gonna push our guys. Like almost. Oh god. Let's get it, Shell. Yeah, there's some risks here. Get that citrus out. Thing. Unlucky. Sing? We want as many sings as possible. Unlucky? Sing? Unlucky? There you go. Yeah, you can. Sing? Body press? Okay. I think this is, still focus, unfortunately. But we saved some HP on Hitmonchan. It's like the biggest thing that matters. Yeah, now we are waffling around on Togekiss right now. This is gonna be interesting. Oh god, brother. Like, we go to Togedemaru right now, and then the Luxray. Barely any damage, really nice. Okay. Fake out. We outspeed the Togekiss, so we can U-turn it. This is always Mystical Fire. Dude, I actually have no idea if I even, like, live all of this shit, bro. Oh my god, man. Dude, I'm dead to some Draining Kiss rolls. I'm obviously dead to crit, too. Holy shit. Bro, do I just sack it? Dude, I actually, like, don't know what the fuck to do. I feel like I was supposed to do something else there. Fuck. No, hand me tanks anything. We're not sacking it yet. There's like a really good chance that he just doesn't even get a turn right now. Come on, flinch or para. Fuck. Okay, that's fine. Oh, okay, this is anything except Mystical Flank. So we'll go to Toga. I don't think it matters. I think we just click U-turn. Go back to Hitmonchan. Dude, what the hell? Thunder Punch. Dude, I think we're still just dead to fake out crit. Like, this shit is wild, bro. No, I'm just dead to fake out. I'm literally just dead to fake out, dude. I'm not. This is so fucking ridiculous. Why do you take so much fucking damage? Hold on. Dude, what the fuck? Bro, what the fuck? Okay, I shouldn't have fucking done that. I literally just should have just done like the Togekiss shit. Or sorry, the Togedemaru shit. Dude, I'm so fucking irritated though. Oh my god, what am I supposed to do? Okay, hold on, let's go back to the fucking drawing board. Oh my god, bro. Dude, Mystical Fire is like the best move you can fucking get. Bro, what the hell? Dude, I really don't understand this shit. I don't know, dude. I actually think I just do everything again. Oh, shit. Yeah, I might just sack the Luxray next time. I don't know. No more shenanigans. Yeah, if I fuck up, then we're just sacking Luxray, and that's how it's gonna be. I don't know, man. Wow. See, now I get like the freebies or whatever. Are you serious? Dude, I like have to sack Luxray. What the fuck? I mean, could I just like create a new line here? Where I just kill it with Hamilton instead? Oh, because he sees that, wow, that's insane. What the hell? He sees that I have hidden power, so he, like, wants some mystical fire. Yeah, that's a lot of damage, buddy. Jesus. That's the damage that I was expecting to take both turns. Either we sack Luxray or... So we're getting the Intimidate in. Crits aren't real. He's fine. Okay, crits still aren't real. Part 2. Nope, we actually just died a last resort. Dude, like, what am I supposed to do? God. What the fuck? I think I have to go Togi. We spark in hopes that we get a paralysis. Dude. Yeah, we get Iron Barb's chip, which is cool. But like, we could... Oh my god, I just can't use... Yeah. We have to dodge crit again. And we can't use Togi for the rest of the fight. I could kill this with anybody except for Hamilton. I'm not sure it matters. I want to get Rhydon out. Does Donphan bait Rhydon? Oh wait, Rhydon sees kill on Hitmonchan? He sees slow kill. Yeah. It should, yeah. I think this is... Yeah. Dude, this Delcat is so fucking annoying when you don't have a rock type. Like, dude. Okay, this is probably just stealth rock. Oh wait, no. It could be, yeah, no, it could be slow kill. Yeah, he double edges. No crit? Thank you. Dude, I don't want to snipe ball third. I don't know what's going on here. This is the best we can do. Bro, he sees kill with like everything. Like, it's just a 1 in 3. I think we're just going into Donnie, and Donnie's killing the rest of them, buddy. What does attack order do? Oh, dude, for some reason I thought reduce her attack. Alright, rock throw. I have Orin, right? What does he have? Bro? Dude, I think I just died to like quick claw. Well, next turn, I mean. I might even just die to Whirlpool right now. Please don't die to Whirlpool. Please don't get quick claw. Dude, it's so annoying. Oh my god. I'm so fucking triggered, bro. I don't even know if there was like any other like better way I could have played this. Because now I'm just like, I feel like I'm wiping. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not continuing on. Alright, we're just wiping. Yeah. We're just wiping. Dude, I don't have ground touch for, oh sorry. I don't have stuff for like Watson or whatever. Like it's so fucking annoying. However, we do get to watch more Destiny content.
Fake letters to state assemblies. Like, nobody knows any of these things. They just like Trump because he's funny and he seems
But
like
that means
relatable.
he's playing a better social game. So at what point does that need to be acknowledged, that he is somehow appealing to people's innate feelings of, you know, wanting to join him?
Yeah, I mean, well, there's two things. Well, one is it might end him in federal prison. So, I mean, depending, because he maybe played the game a little bit too much. Or two, people need to do a better job on the left of representing their ideas. And it can't be, average age 72-year-old white guy that goes on TV to talk to people. They have to do a better job of getting their
I hate to say it,
out.
like, I'm not a fan of Newsom, but he does a good job on the left.
Absolutely. Holy Jesus, I saw him do a couple.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, yeah.
He is amazing. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if he runs for president and he becomes the president, because he has amazing people skills, incredible debate skills. He is confident. He is sharp. Again, it's like I'm not a fan based on what I've seen in California, but this guy has something really special that I think will appeal.
I had Toga tomorrow, dude.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's going to make the mistake again. Not in the soon to be future of trying to run a candidate that's not like people tested, because oh my God. I saw this. You can find my stream. And I joked when I said it. I didn't have like a strong opinion at the time. But I remember the very first time I saw DeSantis walk into like a store and talk to me, I was like, this guy's never going to be president. There's no shot. He is so awkward. So, mumbly with his feet and like any time. And it was just, this is not it. And yeah, I think as time has gone on, I think it hasn't been it. and DeSantis is like right now he suspended his campaign. Right. So, I mean, like.
But how do you see DeSantis and come to that conclusion? But at the same time, you have Joe Biden. I feel like he can't even like walk off a stage without 5 handlers helping him.
It's not a matter of walk off the stage. It's a matter of like, do you have like, I don't know how to explain this, like presidential energy.
Bravado?
Presidential energy. Biden has it. He talks. He's been a senator for a long time. The way that he talks and can talk to a crowd and smile at people and talk to people. I don't know why, but like DeSantis just has this energy of like guy
insecurity.
I don't know.
Can you say it's safe this thing, or did it already like pick the IVs? I don't know how this works. At 5, I also forget how to save state. Quick save, state 1. Shift plus F1. Okay, sure. We're still going with pit plug because I didn't make it very far. Oh wait. Wow, these are some guy V's. Yeah, I'll take this guy. Kidding me? The fuck? Wait, what is it? I'm gonna. HP special attack defense. Yeah, these are really, 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 really good.
I don't know what it is. It's just the way that he carries himself and speaks. He just comes off as like very wimpy, kind of. Yeah.
Wimpy.
Yeah. It doesn't really have to do with how senile or not senile you are. Like some people just kind of come off that way. I'm not sure why. It's like a vibe thing,
Yeah. I don't know. Like in conclusion, the way that I see it is whenever I find myself in some sort of belief or having a belief system, and then there's this massive opposition, I usually try to eke somewhere closer to the middle, because I know that I'm probably wearing like an ideological onesie as well as the other side. And there's still massive populations on both sides, and both sides have people within that population that are super intelligent, super deep thinkers, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I agree. So, I think it's always a red flag if you find yourself standing against a huge opposition.
Especially in a developed nation like the United States, where like there's democratized access to information and stuff.
So
like that.
one of the ways to test that, if you're really scared, is go and talk to people. Talk to a lot of them. I feel like I can represent their arguments really well, better than most of them can do it. If you can find me 10 of them, put me in a room with them, and we'll have the arguments. I've done it over and over and over again, and on the facts, it just fails time and time again.
Do you recommend people listen to political commentators that lean right?
You should always be receptive to opposing viewpoints. I don't like almost any alternative media. I don't know. I think most of it's trash. But
so you wouldn't recommend it?
I
don't listen to anybody on the right
or left either. Like most alternative media is just trash.
But you're on the left.
Yeah, I'm a special boy. Listen to me.
So you're the exception.
YouTube.com.
You're the one exception.
I am.
See, I feel like that's another example of you being this fringe exception, where there's this massive population of other people on the left and on the right, or even in the center.
What can I say?
And none of it's okay.
I'm a cool guy, Here are things that I like about myself, and if other people did them, I would say watch them. There might be people that do this. Okay. They might be out there, and I'm just not aware of them, okay? One, I don't have a rigid adherence to a certain political ideology. I have my political ideology, which
Let's take it.
I could be biased
I'll
towards
say it.
sometimes. I admit that. I'm not a fucking perfect person. But like, there are going to be things that the Democrats or progressives do that I think are fucking stupid. And I'm going to side more with, I don't even say I'm siding with Republicans, but I just have strong inclinations towards this way. And the reason why is because I have a personal set of beliefs. And when a new situation is presented towards me, you're going to get my take on things. When you turn on my stream, and I think everybody now who's familiar with me knows this, if you're turning on my stream, you're getting what does Stephen Bunnell think about this particular issue. If I turn on, say, like Hassan's stream, I'm getting like, well, what do progressives or far left people think about this issue? Or if I turn on, like Steven Crowder's YouTube channel, I'm getting what do like these kind of like right MAGA people think about this? But it's not really like a unique consideration of the facts and then filtering through their own personal, like moral or philosophical lens. And then how do they think about things at the end of the day? I would say that's evidenced by the fact that I have like a variety of opinions that I get in trouble with on the left and the right. So for instance, like I think that Rittenhouse is totally in the right. I think that, there's good criticism of like a lot of the trans youth stuff. That doesn't mean I'm fully against it. Like I can be, there's a lot of things.
I feel like the Israel-Palestine's also a little bit kind of.
Oh, like true. I am a massive, big dick for Zionism. Okay, totally fucking 100%. Yeah. Although I would be critical of Israel on a lot of things as well. But like, definitely come out in support of that. But then like I fall very far left on some things. However, I would say it can be deceptive though when people say they're on the center because they've got left and right beliefs. Because some people will say that. But in reality, when you go to analyze their beliefs, they're actually just like anti-disestablishment or establishment.
Bro.
So like I would say that people like Tim Pool is a friendly guy, but when somebody like that says like, oh, I'm not on the left or the right, or I'm even like center left, or I'm more like a centrist, when you look at their beliefs, actually what they are is anything that has to do with the establishment. So anything related to pharmaceutical companies, big business, government, they're against all of that. Although they're in favor of like every other, like whatever stands in opposition to that. So I guess like find people that you feel like have unique or interesting points of view that don't always have to be like politically aligned. They don't feel a pressure to be politically aligned with one thing all the time. I personally, maybe it's unreasonable because I'm a streamer, so I have like a different thing than what I would expect a YouTuber to do, but I stream like all of my research and reading. Like you can see what I read, you can see what I'm researching, you can see me putting together my opinions as I'm like, I take notes, I publish the notes that I take on everything, and I show you what I'm looking up. I think that helps too, so you can see how I arrive at my particular belief, which helps. I don't know. I understand what you're saying in terms of like it's hard to think that you're like anytime you think you're unique in a certain way.
Statistics would prove
you should be. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. One thing
that is a good heuristic what you're saying. Like if I was listening to me say this and I was across the table, I'd probably think like, okay, well, you're probably full of shit and you just don't realize it, but you think you're unique for this particular way, which I understand. But yeah, I mean, I stream all my stuff. I've made it to this point in my career. If you want to test it on anything, like I said, I'll argue with anybody on the facts, on the morals, and the whatever. And I feel like I can make a good argument for what I do. Yeah.
Yeah. I just don't like it when I have super high conviction on something that's just obviously controversial. Kind of reminds me of the thing that your mother told you, don't be so open-minded, your brain falls out. In a sense, it's like, I just don't allow myself to have super high conviction on certain things like that, but it could be a double-edged sword. One thing I do appreciate is a lot of people, I feel like, similar to what you'd probably argue for Ben Shapiro, is now people have this expectation of he needs to have this ideology. So he's financially incentivized to have this ideology. So, he can interpret data in like, what you would probably claim as an objectively incorrect way. But one thing that you've done, and I think you talked about this last time we had you on, was you have taken stances you knew would piss off your audience just because you found it right. So financially punished for seeking truth.
Yeah. What's the point is the better ability.
I would say that one thing that I wonder, because I'm trying to, when I'm trying to think if I'm being fair, I try to put myself in the other person's position. I wonder if I would feel differently if I had a company of people that were all relying on my political opinion. Yeah. So like if Ben Shapiro really, if that study for socialism did come out, Ben Shapiro's like, you know what, I am a socialist now. Say that negatively impacts, I don't know how many employees are at the Daily Wire. I say like 40, 50, 60 full-time employees that are negatively impacted.
It's like in the hundreds.
Is it hundreds now for full-time W-2 full-time employees?
I think probably.
Okay, yeah. So if it was in like the hundreds of employees, maybe would you feel differently about that? But actually, I don't think I would. I think I would just tell people when I hire you, like, this is what you're signing up for. Good luck.
I changed my opinion on a moment's notice.
I like to think that they would still be able to survive as a profitable company, even if they change their complete narrative. That's what I like to think.
Yeah. That's another thing too, is that like after you, I mean, when you made so much money, after a point, it's like, I'm not like, oh God, like I'm only gonna make 80,000 this month instead of 150,000. Like, I don't know if I could handle this hit. Like, I'm like, my lifestyle is the exact same. I mean, you see the clothes I wear, I drive my $40,000 Focus RS. I've got a nice apartment that I pay like $5,000 a month for, but like other than that, I don't need like a ton of money for anything. So
yeah. Do you think the American dream is dead?
No, of course not.
If you're poor in America today, you have no dependents, no disability, no cognitive or physical, and you're between the ages of 20 and 60, is it your fault if you're poor?
fault is a really loaded word.
Brave.
Like, I mean,
One
the answer is always yes
speed.
and no at the
Oh,
same time. Like, there's
no.
probably
Oh no,
steps that you can take to do
Starly.
better, but there's probably reasons
What
why
are you
you've taken
doing,
the steps that
lad?
you've had
3
taken.
speeds,
So I
13
mean,
special attack.
yeah, I don't know. That's a hard. That's such a reduction.
Is this even
like if you find like a person who's 20 years old and obese, is that their fault? I mean, like kind of. They're choosing to eat the food that they eat.
no.
But like, what if this person was obese at like 8 years old? It's like 1% of people ever
That's
make it,
probably a cognitive disability at that point.
or they just had kind of
Bro,
parents
I'm
that like set them up for
actually
failure.
resetting.
So if it's like
Playing with
morbidly
that.
obese, then it could be a physical
That's
disability, which we
wild.
disincluded in this.
Those are
So it's
not
like,
No, I'm not saying
diabetes.
morbidly obese. I'm just saying like obesity. I like obesity as a lens for this because it's very like that's a very clear like just eat less and exercise more. Eat
Mhm.
healthier, exercise more. Those are things that every single person has theoretically 100% control over. But even though we have control over that 100%, clearly it's influenced from our childhood, right?
Mhm.
Like if you take a behavior and you say like, oh, every single person can make a choice on this every single
Ooh,
day.
I'll
It's
take
like,
a
okay, well that's one.
blessing
You
for
agree with
you.
that, right? That every single person can every day
Oh,
make a choice to eat or
no.
exercise, right?
Right.
Basically, assuming no disabilities, right?
Right.
Oh, are you supposed to
But
get
if
the
that was
bird
really
first? I
true,
forget.
then you would expect to see a smattering. It would basically be
like,
random for what
yeah.
everybody's weight and physical health would be in terms of
Rucky's good.
obesity, right? But it's not random. Chances are, if your
It is
parents
kinda
are
shit
obese,
getting
you're
flesh
probably
laying
obese.
in,
Chances
like,
are,
that-
if you were
in the
obese as a
old
child, you're
Eldrazi.
probably obese as an adult.
Obviously, it's a
Chances
really
are,
good
if your
Pokemon,
parents
but
instilled these habits,
also
you
flower,
probably
let's
carry
go.
these habits with you through adolescence into adulthood. So a lot of stuff that's like your fault is kind of your fault, but it's also because of the way you were raised. So it's just good to have a realistic perspective on there are certain behaviors that you might have that came from childhood, and it's within your power to change them, but like they came from somewhere, so you have to like work to accept that and then change it at the same time, if that makes sense.
It does make sense. So you were
Okay.
saying that there are some exceptions once we bar out the certain things that I had mentioned that we barred out, the cognitive and physical disabilities and
Mhm.
no dependence and stuff like that, that there still will be exceptions. Of those exceptions, whose fault do you think it is then that they're poor?
I mean,
Instead
that's
of looking
pretty
at it
shit.
as fault, you should just look at it as every single person has 100% responsibility for themselves.
Is it that big of a
Okay.
deal?
Yeah.
Like, nah.
So regardless of who's at fault, it
I
is
have
your
3 flying
responsibility and only your responsibility
This
to
guy's
improve
pretty
yourself
fast,
as much
so.
as you can. Now, there might have been things in your childhood that put you on a
I
bad
can't
path.
even lie. Rookie D in the early game is like kind of fucking shit, man. Rookie D is like he does not even. Oh god! Like when does this guy evolve? Fuck me. And damn, I don't even like get off and do something else. Blah, 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 blah. Hello? What's happening right now? Can I just fucking search the? Oh, am I stupid? Okay. Yeah, I'll just add it. Everything. Evolves at level 20. So you get Corvus Squire for Brawly. What is this guy's typing? You have pure flying. He's pure flying. Okay, that's good. This guy's normal flying, unfortunately. I don't think he becomes fire flying until Talonflame, right? I have work at 6 o'clock, I think. Talonflame is fire flying. Fletchlander is also fire flying. Okay, okay. Evolves at 17. Okay, so we have some like actual flyers here. And we have Masquerain. Yeah, Talonflame is always. Excuse me. Talonflame is always Flame Body. Damn, I would have loved to play with Staraptor. No, the thing with Corvus Squire is it's like you get to like you get past Brawly and all of a sudden this Pokemon is completely useless until like past Norman. Because he doesn't evolve to level 44. It's like, dude,
Like, what the hell, man? You like basically just don't even have an encounter. It's crazy. Like, it pays off in the long term. I don't know. This thing is like, it's kind of like Pidgey. People might get triggered by that, but yeah, like Corvus Choir fucking sucks. It's useless. Like, there's situations where it would be really nice if you had Corviknight, but you just can't have it because it's level 44. I don't even know, like, what is this box right now? Like, how good is all this stuff? I do have Gossiflower. Gossiflower is fucking insane. I might just reset anyway. Yeah, I'm kind of triggered. I think this Pokemon's fucking shit, bro. Yeah, we're getting new guys. I don't give a shit. Let's get cool. Yeah, fuck Rookidee. Rookidee is like literally a Pidgey. I don't even care, bro. Later on in the game, but getting it is good. Just not in just not from like this grass in the early game. Do I want the Poochyena? Definitely not. However, better than nothing. Starly, okay. Yeah, Corvus Choir and Pidgey are both like resets because both of them are like you just don't even have a Pokemon for like the entire early game, which I think is shit. Yeah, Sizzlepee's a good Pokemon, Starly's a good Pokemon, Bounsweet's a good Pokemon. Yeah, everybody's good except Poochyena. I guess the question is like, what do I reset on? Do I reset on like one guy if it's bad? Yeah, why not? Yeah, just keep hitting, so it's good. I guess I'm also not starting at the bag, huh? Yeah, Benebly's not trash by any means. Benebly is definitely worth taking. Trying not to. Yeah, early bird's pretty useless. Synchronize is like nice. No, I was unbelievably triggered that like dude, I had like all the fucking best guys and we just like lose Donphan and shit. And then I just like don't have ground types or anything. Yeah, it's early bird. Kind of trash. Even if it was synchronized wax, it's like not something you want to be syncing. Wait, am I out of Pokeballs? Oh my god, bro. Yeah, Surskit and Timpool, I think, are the only two to take care of. Yeah, definitely not gonna take that. Yeah, Finneon is a complete meme. Skitty. Is Skitty or a reset? Nah, Skitty's not a reset. Nah. That is. No, I didn't. Harrison. People were gonna say I only did it because I wanted to skin. Okay, when I get to the town, I'm gonna grab more Pokeballs. I think that's also part of the fucking thing. I had guys, and then Starly was fucking brave. Like, what is that, brother? What do you think this is? Poison Point, brave. Oh, that's so... Yeah. I'll gladly take a tin pool, especially not on a Protera run. Protera, I might reset on that. I actually don't know. I don't know. I've heard they'll publish shit. We'll see what's cooking. Okay, buy more balls. Clutch is good. Very good Pokemon. Bonita. Wait, we have Bonita and who? Yeah, let's reset that. It's like ultra shit, bro. Ultra shit. Ultra shit. No.
That fucked you up, and whose fault it is it's debatable or arguable, but it's your responsibility to change it. Now, the only time I would say that fault is important in determining how this is we can go over specific examples. We can talk about this for a long time, but sometimes ascribing blame or fault is important because if you're really, really, really far off the norm, sometimes it can be. The problem is you have to be careful. It can either be really empowering to ascribe fault or blame, or it could be really disempowering to ascribe fault or blame. You just have to go through that process in a very careful way.
I don't think you should be ignorant of fault.
Yeah.
Because I still think that is important. Like you just alluded to like 2 minutes ago, that you need to see it through a real transparent lens.
Yeah.
Like you need to be experiencing reality for what it is. But I don't think that you should put a bunch of weight in fault. I think you should probably be aware that there might be some culpability from somebody somewhere, but it is ultimately the productive thing is whose responsibility is it? It's mine.
Yeah, a lot of people want to figure out the root cause of something, and if in that case, if they're obese, here's why I'm obese. Here's what I was taught as a kid, and because of that, I am where I am today, and because I understand this, I could better fix this going forward.
Okay, only in those circumstances I think is it good, but people have a really hard time doing that, or it feels like it. So. Here, this is what I like to hear if somebody says this, okay? Let's say somebody says, oh, I have XYZ condition, okay? Therefore, I do this thing. I think that's really positive and really good. But often what I'll hear is, oh, well, I do this thing because I have this condition. These sound the same, but like, say somebody says, I have,
OCD.
Sure. Well, say I'll make some shit up about it.
Sure.
Let's say somebody says, I have OCD. I can't handle pink things or blue things. Okay. Therefore, in my house, I've gotten rid of every pink and blue thing, so it doesn't mess with me ever. Right. That's cool. But instead, I usually hear the reverse, where somebody will be out and they'll be going crazy and they'll be hitting things like, and they'll be like, oh my God, what's going on? I'm like, oh, well, I have OCD. That's why I do all this. And it's like, okay. Instead of using like the when they do like this fault analysis, instead of using it as like a diagnosis that they can then try to fix their life with, instead they learn this thing, and now it's like, oh, thank God I've got this new crush that I can just throw out whenever I act improperly or whenever I like fuck my life up. And I'd rather see people, if you analyze the thing and you understand it, use that understanding to build off of it and then either remediate it or, you know, find a way to avoid whatever triggers you or find a way to fix or cure whatever is going on, rather than, now that I've identified this, oh, now I never have to, oh, I've got, you know, XYZ condition, that's why I'm like such a piece of shit all the time, ha ha ha, and then like that's it. Yeah,
I agree. I think you should frame your belief system in such a way that makes you better off at the end of the day. And what you're alluding to right here is better off insofar as you're using it to explain something and you're using it in a productive way to like actually make a measurable positive impact on your life, such as removing those things from your house.
Yeah. 100%.
Rather than saying that you're a victim and then just having inaction and continuing to suffer.
Yeah.
So what advice would you give to those people who maybe have something that they feel is holding them back? They could place blame, they could place fault on something. How do you overcome that?
I mean, like, it's. I feel like I need to talk to the person. It's just it's so individual. Here's like two different things that I see. Okay, sometimes there are people that take no responsibility for themselves, and then they'll identify a thing, and then when they identify that thing, like, oh, this is why I'm such a piece of shit. This is why I'm so lazy. And then anytime anybody comes and tries to say like, hey, like, don't you think you should do this? I'm like, oh, I can't. I've got this thing, and it's like, okay, well, shouldn't you do something about that? Like, no. It's like, okay. So if you find that you use your past as like an excuse to never do anything,
I will take a Houndour.
Or you have some condition or thing and you're using it as an excuse to never do anything, I mean, you're just kind of like a piece of shit. Like that. I mean,
it's a low
your life is gonna be worse off.
Hold on. What else is in this grass? Gossiflower is a great Pokemon. So is Bounsweet. So is Execute. So is Voodoo. I feel like everything except for fucking C-Dot and Lotad are like actually worthwhile here. And I have a Pidgey. I don't know, it seems kind of fun. Do you not evolve it until, like, you can't evolve it until Leaf Stone, right? Or is it Waterstone? Lotad. Evolves at 14. Evolves by Waterstone. Something you gotta, like, understand is that, like, this isn't a real grass type because it's a water grass type, so it doesn't resist electric, which means that, like, there's a lot of places where you just, like, don't even have a Pokemon, basically. And then it's like, oh god, yeah, fuck. Evolution items, Waterstone, saw it. Yeah, Marvel City. Yeah, I think it's a reset. I just don't think it's like good. It just doesn't do things you need to do.
Or it's not helping you. It's not. Nobody else is giving you credit for this. Like, nobody ever thinks like, oh, you know, there's this guy and I used to think he was like a really lazy piece of shit, but then
I'm pretty sure Lotad is the exact same. Or sorry, C-Dot. Also evolves by Stone. Yeah, Leaf Stone. Which you also don't get until... What's a doozy? Item... Leaf Stone sold up Bubble City. Yeah.
I found out he had this condition, so now I like totally like nobody thinks that. That's stupid. But on the other end of it, sometimes too, you've got people who are they try to push forward too much, and they won't actually stop and think like, hey, listen, you have a thing that you really need to address, and you really need to understand this thing and do something about this because it's holding you back, and just pretending that it's not there and pretending it's not having a negative effect on you is actually hurting you because you won't come to terms with it first. So yeah, those are like the opposite ends of that spectrum, and both people need to move in totally opposite directions. But also sometimes I think these two people will switch themselves a lot too, which that's why I'm saying like it's very individualized. For a long time, I had, I think it was like 7 years ago, my son got diagnosed with ADHD and got on medication for it and everything. And my community has always memed about me having it and blah, blah, blah. And I think I was the person at the one end of the spectrum where it's like, listen, okay, my brain works. I can sit and I concentrate, blah, blah, blah. I'm just kind of like a lazy piece of shit. I can do this, okay? And my God, it took me, I think it was like 4 or 5 months ago, I had a friend who suggested like, hey, like I have Adderall, you should try some. I was like, oh, fuck it. For the first time in my life, I was like, holy shit. Okay. Maybe I actually have ADHD. I'm going to go fucking get a prescription and we'll see, blah, blah, blah. And the past 4 months of my life have been unbelievably different my entire earlier life. I cannot fucking believe it.
We could go on this Adderall conversation for hours. I had a very similar experience. I figured I had ADHD my entire life. It's been in my family.
It was in my family too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because when my son got diagnosed with very high heritability, and then I started looking back, I was like, oh man, maybe that's why my parents are late to every fucking thing we've ever been.
So late to everything.
Oh my God.
Also, I remember one very distinct memory. I was taking piano lessons, and my teacher, rather than fixing your notes, fixing your posture, fixing all of these things to improve your piano playing, he said the number one lesson in all caps, underline, focus.
Yeah.
I just never throughout my entire life.
How do you know if you have ADHD?
Okay, so with most mental illness or most neurodevelopmental things, everybody has some degree of everything.
I have the Hamilton too.
I don't know if you're like on the border. I don't know what to tell you, or I don't know how to help you figure it out. Obviously, you should go to a professional. You can get an assessment. They do a lot of like big neurocognitive testing if you're looking to like really know, or you can just go to a psychiatrist or therapist and get like a less formal assessment where they do like a questionnaire. In my opinion, for me, growing up through childhood, there were a lot of very, very, very obvious examples. So like when it came to standardized testing and stuff, like I think we did the ITBS, I think it was Iowa Test of Basic Skills. My scores were always very, very, very high, like 98th, 99th percentile on all of these tests. My ACT scores were very good. I think I got a 35. And my in-class work, my GPA was like 2.7. And that was like in all AP classes. So this was curved up a lot. And my GPA was horrible. I could not focus to do homework to save my fucking life. Okay, I remember I would get math times. I would cry because I didn't want to sit and do it. And not because it was hard. It was the idea of like sitting and doing anything ever was just fucking agonizing. It was horrible. And I was the only kid in my entire grade whose parents had to sign my assignment notebook, and the teacher had to sign it to make sure everybody knew what my homework was. Otherwise, I just wouldn't do anything. I would say that I was like exceptionally outside of the norm in a lot of different ways in terms of my ability to focus on things versus, what theoretically should have been like my intellectual capacity to do things. Yeah. So medication for that is just basically made it so that like, I can actually sit and read something for 4 to 6 hours and not hate my life.
To me, that just seems like you weren't challenged in school. Like if you're scoring really high, but you don't want to sit there and do the homework, to me, that's like you just seem bored. I wouldn't think that's
there are
ADHD.
Other indicators too, like hyperactivity is another one. So for example,
can be.
Plus speed on the hound door.
ADHD, it's the like random like twitching that you always have. Like if you look at someone's hands and they're always like moving their hands or they're bouncing their knees and stuff like that. That's the hyperactivity. People conflate that with hyperactivity.
I'll take somebody
who
not a bad boss.
Runs around everywhere like a golden retriever type personality.
Yeah,
it's actually all of these mini like little twitches that people have in order to like
the reason why I hesitate on the hyperactivity thing, it can come out that way, especially with the twitching and the fidgeting, is ADHD at the end of the day is a disease of focus, and it's how do you direct your attention. For some people, when they can't direct their attention, they become hyperactive because they just want to like run around, especially boys like to run around and do physical things or whatever. But at the end of the day, it's like, can you sit and focus on something that you don't ordinarily have the ability to? Because people with ADHD have a really hard time relating to like reward that's not instantaneous, because there's actually like parts of the brain that are neurodevelopmentally delayed. Like if you autopsy like an ADHD person, there are certain parts in the forward part of the brain that are like, and it's anywhere from like 10 to 13% smaller than an ordinary person. And what that means is for a neurodevelopmentally healthy brain, if you got to read something for 4 hours, you can sit down and you can do it and you can read it because you know that you have to. For someone with ADHD, it is like an excruciatingly challenging task because unless you're being like constantly rewarded with some stream of stuff, to sit and actually focus on doing anything is like impossible.
That's lack of dopamine.
Yeah. And the paradoxical kind of understanding of this, or the way that it's kind of weird, is that a lot of people say, fuck, I hate these things. I kill people that say shit like this. People say things like, oh, ADHD is a superpower. And so I'm like, bullshit, is not a fucking superpower. That's so stupid. But see, people look at people with ADHD and they'll talk about something called like hyperfocus. All hyperfocus is because ADHD brains are usually so starved for dopamine. If you find something that rewards you regularly, you will sit there and be fucking glued to it because now you have something that's like making you feel like okay for the first time because your brain doesn't ordinarily produce dopamine at the levels it should. That's why a lot of people with ADHD will sit and play. Like for a long time with my kid, or for me, I was like, I'm a professional StarCraft 2 player. I play StarCraft 2 for 16 hours a day. How the fuck can I have ADHD? Well, it's because this is like a game and it's rewarding me every single 10 seconds. I'm getting like another fucking hit and it feels good, you know?
So what does Adderall do exactly?
So what an amphetamine is supposed to do is there's two ways that you can basically hit these little neurons, neurotransmitters in your brain. I think one is to prevent dopamine from coming out and one is to like push it and vacuum it back in. I think what amphetamines do is they prevent the reuptake dopamine, so it increases the amount of dopamine availability in your brain. Methylphenidate, so that would be like Ritalin or Concerta. These things like prevent the stuff from like going out. They basically work the problem from two different ends. But at the end of the day, the goal is just make it so you've got higher levels of dopamine and no epinephrine available in your brain, which like makes you a little bit calmer, a little bit more able to focus on things that ordinarily you wouldn't be able to focus on because you want to go and do something else. And
what was that like for you though? What did it feel like? Like the first time trying it? And then you realize, wait a second, maybe I do have ADHD.
I'll be totally honest, for the first 3 days, I was fucking amphetamine high. Okay. I like amphetamines. I think they're fun. I think I've done dextroamphetamine recreationally on accident in the past.
What is
I thought
that?
it was, we'll just say methamphetamine basically.
Oh.
I thought I was getting
Okay.
MDMA. I was in Amsterdam, but it was a fun time. It was really nice. I was just high for like 20 hours. I didn't know why. And then I've done like MDMA in the past. So there's like, I think there's a euphoria associated with amphetamine. So the first 3 days I was trying this Adderall XR. I was definitely just high. I could definitely feel how I was like.
What was the dosage?
I started, well, because my friend was on 20 milligrams of Adderall XR, which is probably high to start with. But yeah, for the first 3 days, I was like fucking high. I was like, this is cool, but like, I know I'm just high. After day 3 and 4, when the euphoria wore off, what I noticed was that like I could be on my computer and I could just read stuff. And I was like interested. I didn't have to keep rereading the same fucking sentence over and over again. And I could just sit and read and absorb the information and understand it, talk about it for hours and hours and hours without having to feel like I was being like sucked to my other screen, that I had to like have so for instance, like if you guys are watching in my stream, I'm always like playing games and stuff. I haven't played a video game, I think, in like 4 months because I just don't have the drive where it's like I need like something that's like making me feel good all the time. I can just sit and read and focus on stuff, which is so fucking nice. Yeah.
This is you're gonna hate this, Graham.
Uh-oh.
But this is the first time I've ever said this to you. I recognized recently, so I review every podcast before it goes out. We have editors, and then I kind of do the final comb over. Recently, what I've been doing, because it takes me hours to go through a 2-hour podcast at 2x speed, because I just pause it, rewatch, do this and that. I just can't focus. But if I play a video game while I'm reviewing it, I can get through it so much faster. Similar to exactly what you do when you're researching, doing this super, super high level, deep research at the same time of playing a video game. For some reason,
I used to, but now I don't anymore. I don't need to now.
So, yeah, this guy has Fairy Wind. So this is already like an interesting little thing here, is that because it's a Dark Fire type, pretty bit of a niche typing, it is kind of not that great because we don't have a Fairy resist. Not that many things resist Fairy, and it's Fire, Poison, Steel. Do I have a Poison type? No, I don't, because we have Stine. Not that this is like a reset worthy problem, but it's just something to keep in mind. So Honor's actually not as good. Now, yeah, I feel like Piplup is probably the best guy for taking out. Oh wait, no. Hold on, let me export. Let me just export. Save and export. Yes, I'm. Oh my god, stop. Version. Yeah, we're moving. We've moved on. Okay. From this last box. Yeah, you know, I mean, we got like Trapinch, we got like all the fucking Nidos and shit as well. Like, it was like the dumbest shit ever. Alas. A wee lass. If anybody that like 2 shots. Confusion does a good amount. Ooh, and he speed ties. He doesn't outspeed. I feel like Natu's weak to so much shit though. At the end of the day, like, that's what I like about Prinplup the most, is that it's not weak to as much shit. Wow, I suppose I dog shit this thing. Are you kidding me?
now that I'm like medicated for the past 4 months. I don't need to have that video game in the background. Yeah.
So I have Adderall prescribed, but I take it very sparingly.
Oh,
Like
shit.
I have a sporadic schedule because I talked to my psychiatrist and he was like, ideally you don't use it every single day, which is always how I was caught up on it. I thought that once you're prescribed, you take it as every single day to supplement you basically. But actually what it is to make up. Like if you get a really bad night of sleep and the next day you need to perform for some job or something like that, you take it to bring you back up effectively.
Oh, that's crazy. I completely disagree on every single part of that.
This is something that we should probably talk about outside of the podcast because I think we're getting pretty nuanced here on Adderall.
Okay.
But this is something, I mean, since I was like 19, I've like had it. I quit cold turkey for 3 years, not taking it at all. Realized my life was like way worse when I wasn't taking it, period. Now I'm kind of like using it sparingly, but that's another conversation.
It works for you, yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck. I can remember. You had Derek, I think, on from More Plays, More Days, and he was saying shit. I was getting super fucking triggered, but I think it's just really hard to tell like who actually has problems versus who's just like kind of lazy. I think that's
the way I look at it is how long have you had this issue? Have you had it whole life?
No, why does it seem so much more common now? You see these things, it's like ADHD is going up through the roof and it's overprescribed. Right. Do you think it's because we're testing for this now and we could acknowledge what it is? Or do you think that people are misdiagnosed all the time?
I mean, it's probably overprescribed and underprescribed at the same time, I think. It probably just depends on the person. I think it's like 4 or 5% of people have an ADHD diagnosis. People think today that it's like 50 to 60%. It's not that high. Like people think it's way higher than it actually is. But yeah, I don't know. I'm uncomfortable venturing into that.
Dr. K answered this question.
Did he?
Yes, he said that a lot of people, and the same thing goes for actually autism these days, but a lot of it is actually just autism by proxy, and the same thing is ADHD by proxy. Because if you look at the way that we're actually spending our time, it's just scrolling on TikTok or scrolling on Instagram Reels and stuff like that, and that lowers our dopamine.
I would fight to the death on this as well. There's absolutely no research that connects ADHD to environmental factors like scrolling on screens or anything like that.
This is what Dr. K said.
Yeah. Here's the thing. Anecdotally, I think there's definitely a correlation between TikTok scrolling and attention spans.
It increases people's like standard for like entertainment value threshold at any given moment because they're so used to super high entertainment value, and then it decreases the like basically everything else and makes it monotonous.
Like what would you say to like a 3-year-old kid or like a 2-year-old who's getting used to just like swiping and just scrolling? It's like
it can happen. I'm saying there's no research that connects any amount of like
it's
electronic.
So new.
But there's so many. The thing is, there's so many distractions these days, and I think that's what because people aren't productive because you have advertisements, commercials, Instagram, all of these things.
And there might be those distractions, but it doesn't change the actual composition of your brain, your ability
which is
to
ADHD by proxy because people find themselves unproductive since they're constantly being distracted by all these different things.
Sure, but although the research on this is scarce because I think it's hard to do this, but there's one study that I was familiar with where if you give amphetamines to people, what they did was I think they broke people into 3 or 4 groups. If you give amphetamines to people who don't have ADHD and then you assign them work, people you give amphetamines to will do more work, but they're not more productive. The quality of the work actually suffers. And the funny thing between this particular study was I think it broke them into 4 groups. The people that did the best when they were given the placebo, meaning no amphetamines, and then you did their work, and then when you gave them amphetamines, their performance was degraded. They became the worst performers afterwards, even though they didn't feel that way. They actually felt like they were performing even better, probably because they were high on amphetamines and it feels good. But when you track the quality of the work, it decreased. So the idea that like if you just give amphetamines to everybody will like become better, I don't think is actually empirically tested anywhere. As much as it feels very counterintuitive.
And I'm not a proponent of that, just to
okay.
It seems like what you would need to do is take 2 kids, 2 twins, put one of them on TikTok and one of them on a book, and then test attention spans after like 5 years and see who has a higher. Yeah. But it just, even for myself, I find myself falling into the trap at 33. If I scroll TikTok or Instagram Reels for too long, for too many days in a row, I find myself, it's harder to focus that following week after. Like there's a cool down period where I have to like,
I understand what you're saying. And I don't necessarily disagree. This is just, I just have to put this out there for my fellow strugglers, okay? Because it took me until I was 34 years old to finally get medication to do this, because I would fall into the trap of saying like, I'm probably just lazy. I play too many video games. I do this and blah, 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 blah. But one thing that happens growing up, and I don't know if you felt this way, is
Graham, you know what time of year it is. Tax season's coming up. So you know we have a lot on our plate. And if you run a solo small business, you know about all of the different headaches that come with running your own company, including things like taxes, payroll, and documentation. But with our sponsor Collective, you can focus on growing your business while you leave all of the taxes and bookkeeping to the experts.
Collective is the all-in-one financial solution for self-employed entrepreneurs that lets you focus on your passion by handling all the back office work you dread, like accounting, bookkeeping, payroll, and taxes. They even specialize in setting...
Fucking, why are you minus speed, dude? This is whatever. This is plus attack. Do we just take the minus speed? Fuck. That's so irritating. Fuck. What's the attack stat? 9. Okay, we have Sarsfield, we have Hamilton. Dude, I'm still just thinking, nah. I'm still just thinking, nah. Dude, minus speed Starlight is just so garbage. Fuck. Like, why?
a Best Corps, which is a tax election that saves its members an average of $10,000 a year. If you're a business of one making at least $60,000 in profit annually, then you could be missing out on thousands of dollars of tax savings each and every year. And for a limited time, Collective is waiving the onboarding fee when you go to collective.com/ICH and tell them ICH sent you.
That's a $199 value for free when you go to collective.com/ICH and tell them ICH sent you. For the last time, that's collective.com/ICH and tell them ICH sent you. Thank you so much, Collective, and back to the episode.
I would fall into the trap of saying, like, I'm probably just lazy. I play too many video games. I do this and blah, 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 blah. But one thing that happens growing up, and I don't know if you felt this way, is when you complain about a certain thing, everybody will kind of agree, but they don't actually do that particular thing. It's like a virtue signal. So I would say that when I was in high school, easily, I think I probably studied for 10 hours cumulatively through the entire 4 years I was in high school. That might be an overshot. I could never sit down and study. But when you talk to other kids, like, oh, like, did you study for the test or blah, blah, blah? People are like, oh, no, like, I couldn't, blah, blah, blah. When a normal kid says it, like, oh, no, I don't think I could really study, what they mean is they studied for like an hour Friday, 2 hours Saturday, and like only an hour Sunday. That's what they meant when they would say that. Because we would get tests back and I'd be like, oh, I got like a 73 on my calc fucking paper. And the kid next to me who didn't study and couldn't bring himself got like a 94. And I'm like, fuck, how'd you do so good? It's like, oh man, I think the last thing on Sunday, like it just helped. And I was like, what do you mean the last? How many fucking days did you study for this for, right? So there are definitely people that are just lazy or that complain or just want like a drug to fix things. I understand that. But I think there are a group of people that have ADHD, hopefully, who your brain is just, it's really, 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 really hard to stay focused on things. Holy shit. And the problem is that if we are to believe the current state of ADHD research, and if we are to believe that the researchers know what they're talking about, if you have that type of brain, you cannot ever, 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 ever self-motivate. It is impossible. You don't have the neurochemical composition or the developmental structures that are grown enough to do it. The only way to do it is to externalize all of the rewards. So like a counterintuitive example, for a kid that has ADHD, you might think that like, okay, well, I know he's got ADHD. I'm going to be more patient with him so that he can do, his work in a timely manner. That's the opposite of what you're supposed to do. You have to actually ride that kid harder. You have to be like, hey, do this, do this, do this, do this. Because when you constantly remind them, that's the only way that they actually get it done, because they can't internalize the like, okay, I know this sucks, but like it'll just take 3 hours and I'll be done with it and that'll be fine. It is impossible for a person with ADHD at a certain level to be able to do that ever. Yeah. So, okay, I'm done with my spiel. Fuck, I'm sorry.
That's great. I want to keep talking about that. We'll talk more about it afterwards, because this is, that'd be a great conversation.
I last 5 seconds. The only other reason I bring that last thing too is because amphetamines are a really, 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 really awesome mind drug. And that like when you take people with depression and you give them like SSRIs, bro, that's a whole fucking like 1 month period of like titrating up in doses, and you don't even know it's gonna fucking work, and you might fucking kill yourself and blah blah blah. Whereas if you have ADHD and you get like an amphetamine, you'll know the next day or 3 days like if it's good or bad. There's not this ramp up and ramp down and like, oh, I just got off my ADHD meds, so I'm gonna be like for a month. Like, yeah, that's my last spell. Okay, if you have ADHD, go get tested. Sorry, I'm done.
All right, real quick.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro. No,
Just
sorry.
to
All right, so Chris Williamson.
to ascribe some definitions, what is the difference between a leftist, a liberal, and a progressive?
A liberal, broadly speaking, the worldwide definition of like liberal is just somebody that believes in like the Bill of Rights. So you think that you should have like some freedom of speech, freedom of religion, private property rights. You're probably a capitalist. In the United States, more specifically, a liberal is a Democrat. But like on the rest of the world, they would say, like, well, conservatives and liberals in the United States are liberals, broadly speaking, because we all believe like in liberalism. So those are kind of like the two different definitions of liberal.
Okay, liberalism, though,
Yeah.
is in top level. Like just a definition.
Well, like when somebody says liberal, they usually just mean like democratic capitalist person, broadly speaking. Like
let's just
worldwide,
check
that's
the
what a
Starlight
liberal
now,
is. In the
because
United
this
States,
guy is,
liberal
like-
just means Democrat.
Oh, he's just lonely.
Does that make sense?
Yes, and you
Okay.
said that means someone who
Yeah, well,
usually
like-
supports like the Bill of Rights.
Yeah,
and
it would just be like-
humanitarian type.
Yeah, broadly speaking, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then making amendments too, though, to the Constitution.
I'm
and
sorry,
stuff
when I
like
say
that,
Bill of Rights,
because-
I just mean like stuff like in the bill. Like you should be able to go to court and the government shouldn't like infringe on your property
That's
and
really
like should
good.
protect your freedom of speech. That's what I mean. Like broadly speaking, that's like a liberal.
So how is that
Please just don't give me a
opposed to a
ponytail.
conservative?
In the United States, it's not. Like I said, like if you go to
Give me
Europe, they
anything
would say like,
but
oh, in the U.S., like conservatives and Democrats are both liberals. They're liberals. They believe like in democracy. They believe in capitalism. They're both liberals. Yeah. And then a leftist is usually in the United States. People will say anybody that's a Democrat is a leftist sometimes.
we're-
But broadly speaking, like around the world or sometimes in the U.S., a leftist is a socialist or a communist, somebody that is not a capitalist.
And then what about a progressive?
Progressive
Okay.
is they can be
Yeah, let's run it up, baby.
they can be a liberal or they could be a leftist, meaning they might be capitalist or anti-capitalist. But a progressive is somebody that's usually more social policy aligned, where they feel very, very, very strongly about like anti-racism. It might be like
This is
trans,
insane.
LGBT stuff, a lot of stuff relating to like white supremacy and stuff like that.
So is that top left then?
What do you mean top left?
Like on a political compass?
Oh, I don't think about that political compass, but maybe.
Okay.
But if somebody says they're progressive, they're really telling you about their social views generally. And then there's going to be a big overlap between progressivism and leftism. So a lot of progressives might also be like anti-capitalist, not necessarily. But you could also have liberals. Like I would say like I'm a liberal and I'm pretty progressive because I'm a very big supporter of capitalism and democracy. But I also am like a big supporter in a lot of like progressive social ideas. So yeah.
Why are liberals more unhappy?
I don't know. That's a really hard one.
You don't know?
I don't know.
How happy are you? 1 to 10.
I'm super happy. I'm like a 9.5.
Why do you feel so happy?
I don't know. My whole life story is kind of unique, so I don't know how much it applies to everybody else. But I mean, I have a really high mental baseline. Like, even if I'm grumpy, if I go to sleep, if I wake up, I'm usually like pretty even again. I just do stuff in my life that I enjoy
Minus
doing, as long as I
attack
feel like I can continue to do what I
Is
enjoy
not
doing.
good,
and I
but
feel like I'm
29
making
speed is
incremental
good,
improvements in
and
myself.
like I feel like a lot of the time you
Do
wind up
you-
not really
do you
clicking
feel like
moves on
happiness
it
might be
anyway. He's kind of
genetic?
more of like a supportive guy.
You have a high
You're,
baseline.
like,
Maybe your
abusing
parents had a
Flame
high baseline, or
Body
someone in your
and
family did. And you
Roost and
inherited
Willow
that. Because
Wisp
some people have
and
a
all
very
these
low
things.
baseline. I've noticed.
Yeah, it's possible.
Um,
It's going to be some
plus
combination
we
of
have a plus
environmental and
attack
genetic
on
factors.
this,
The environmental
so-
factors might be really early
Like,
in
what is,
life, like before you're like 6 or
He's
7 years old.
28, like,
but
dude.
who's to say? Yeah.
Have you ever gone through a period of time in your life where you felt depressed?
This guy's
Like
also plus
depressed
attack.
in response to something. Yeah, there've
15
definitely
speed.
been like a
Yeah,
few
I'm
days where it's
really,
like,
like,
ooh, this
not
thing sucked a lot.
Too worried
But
about
I'm
the
very much
flexible
like,
neuron
for whatever reason, stress is like very empowering to me. So when stressful things happen, I usually feel like I've got the tools to deal with it. And I just want to like keep pushing forward. The only time I've ever had like stuff relating to like mental, like neurological depression or whatever. When I was 30, I did a lot of mushrooms, and for that year, I had a lot of strange mental issues. But I think it was probably like probably a reverberation from that initial mushroom trip. But other than that, no.
What were some of those issues that you had?
For the first time in my life, I had bouts of anxiety. So like sitting on a couch and for no reason, my heart is just like fucking thumping in my chest and I don't know why. And I just feel very anxious. A few days of hardcore anhedonia. So like, I feel like nothing can make me happy. I don't even want to get out of bed. I don't want to do anything to make me happy. I just feel kind of like worthless. Like really weird stuff. Like I say weird, but unfortunately there are people that live with things like this. But yeah, I think it's just because
It was, you think, because of those, what was it, mushrooms?
Yeah, I did a really big mushroom trip, and I think I had a response to that took me about 12 months to get over it.
How much did you take on that trip?
It was 10.5 grams of dried mushrooms. It was a fucking stupid amount.
10.5 grams.
Yes.
What made you think that was a good idea? Or did you not? You just wanted to.
So prior to doing mushrooms, I did edibles up to I think I could do like a 25 gram cookie, and For me,
Is that weed edible?
weed edible, yeah.
Okay.
I think it's grams, not milligrams that they measure it, right? Do you do?
I don't know.
Okay, yeah. So Recful had a friend who got us mushrooms, and they were all like neatly baggied in like 3.5 grams each, so that we could have our our trip. And I remember I was debating between 2 and 3.5 grams because he was saying if you do 2, you can have like you'll see like the walls breathe, and it'll be like a kind of a cool experience. But if you do 3.5, you'll have like a full mushroom trip, and you'll have like the different phases and blah blah blah. And so I'm gonna do 3.5, so I took a whole bag and then I ate it, and I was like, okay, cool. And I just remember feeling after 30 minutes, I was like, oh my God, I know what's going to happen. I already know what's going to happen. Nothing is going to fucking happen because all of this is stupid bullshit. It's literally fucking mushrooms. And everybody on stream is going to say like, oh, it's because you didn't try enough and blah, 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 blah. And I remember somebody saying that 5 grams was like a heroic dose. And I'm like, fuck it, I'll just eat 2 more bags. So I ate 7 more grams because it's fucking mushrooms or whatever. Who cares? And about an hour in, I remember seeing like colors on the wall for the first time because I think when you get high on psychedelics, at least for me,
Right, so we're gonna again, we shall export. Yeah, it's funny that we wind up with Stine again. Yeah, and Surska. Surska just like always comes up. I don't know why. It's fucking like 20%. Or sorry, it's 40%. I feel like it just always winds up coming up. Dude, this box is like wild. Like if I lose again, I'm gonna be really fucking mad. I actually kind of like Growlithe for that. I might do Fletch Thunder on this guy. How about Surska? Because Growlithe has Intimidate. That's what I like about him. Nice. Oh, his own tempo. Never mind. Yeah, it doesn't even work, but don't know what that is. Wait, Spirit Shackle. Oh, he took thingy damage. Dude, I was scared that I was gonna die. I don't know what the hell Spirit Shackle is, but I guess we will continue to not know and also not care.
for LSD and mushrooms, you kind of see like colors, like kind of moving and the wall breathing. I thought, oh shit, I'm finally like getting high. This is actually really cool. And then like 10 minutes later, it was like, yeah, probably the most intense extreme experience of my entire fucking life. I think I was like totally out for like 30 minutes. Like,
what do you mean totally out?
Like I'm in terms of seeing in my eyes, I'm just like moving through like basically black and then fractal colors of like tunnels of light and shit. And I'm just completely and totally disconnected. The perception that I don't exist anymore, that I don't even know who I am, that the person that used to know who I was somebody that was like distant a long time ago. Just like it was a whole process of being stuck in other dimensions.
Was it scary?
Yeah. I think there was the guy next to me, and every time I would come out of it, it'll be like, don't let me die. Please don't let me die. I think I'm dying. Please don't let me die. Yeah, it was really bad.
How long were you high for?
Just 6 hours. I think mushrooms are pretty reliably like up and down 6 hours, even if you do a lot.
How grateful were you when you stopped being high?
It was the best experience of my life. Because I felt like I survived like the most
I've
traumatic
heard
thing ever. And I was
really
happy to be
good.
alive when I came back.
Nice.
Do you ever feel like since that incident, you get little bouts of feeling like, oh my God, like flashbacks to when you were high? Because I feel like I hear a lot of people, they say they take acid, they take mushrooms or something like that, or big dosage especially. And for the next few years, they could go through like just like a little scare. Like they feel exactly what they felt in that high moment for just a split second and get really scared.
Only when I'm getting high on other stuff. So something I realized a month or two later, I tried to do edibles again, and I was right back in my like the peak of like my mushroom trip. And I was like, oh shit. So now if I smoke weed, I have to be like in an emotionally a good place because it's going to be a very, very, very psychedelic, like shifted experience. I'm going to be going to another dimension every time I smoke weed now, for instance. Yeah.
Did you learn anything from this?
I learned a couple of things.
Oh, for some reason I thought Poison Tail was like an end game move. I was like, what is going on here? What's this thing called? Venipede. So you get Whirlipede at 20, you get Sulipede at 30. You get Protect at 15. Yeah, you get like all kinds of shit. You get like Toxic, Poison Jab. Yeah, Protect is really good. It's always Poison Point. But I'm pretty sure this thing is known for being like bulky, right? Or am I smoking that? What's this thing called? Solipede. No, it's known for being fast. What is its... What is mine's speed? 14, 100 attack. I have 1 attack IV. But I have really good HP and defense. Yeah, it's not bad. I would probably never reset on this thing, even if it was like minus speed, just because it's like not Parasect. Like it's just, yeah, I'm so used to Paras. Like I don't even care. I don't know. Is resetting on this grass like worth your time? I really don't know. Like I feel like if you have really good guys from the first couple of grasses, like you're chilling. But maybe I'm smoking it. Not that the bug type is like, you know, not good or anything. Like obviously it's important to the run. It's just not as like resettable of a location, I feel like. Okay, Krabby. Yanma. This guy might click acrobatics. I'm like actually scared. Sonic Boom. My Dead to Rock Smash critical. Yes. Let us get out of here. He might be to Rock Smash critical. Oh wait, no, I just kill. Yeah, it's beating kill. Yeah, he outspeeds him.
One is I gave a lot of credit to kind of like your cognitive mind to sort through reality. I figured that you've got like 10% is like your mood, 90% is like your cognitive, human brain thinking. I like have switched that now where I think like probably 90% is like this underlying stuff you don't really have access to, and 10% is the stuff you're thinking about. Yeah. Realize I don't like to be alone. I like other people.
That's freaky.
It was very freaky, yeah.
Back to your expertise.
Yeah.
I want to talk really quickly about the cultural and political shift that I feel like is happening right now.
Okay.
Joe Rogan, Elon Musk, and other people of influence appear to be moving to the right. You see Elon replying to End Wokeness on Twitter, a popular conservative publication. Elon recently collaborated for an hour with Ben Shapiro. More people appear to be aligning more with conservatives. How many people do you see are moving to the left these days versus the right?
I mean, it's more visible in people moving to the right. But then the question is, like, how left were these people ever? I don't feel like people are necessarily moving to the right. I feel like we're doing a rehash of, you remember like 10 years ago when people would be like anti-SJW?
Mm-hmm.
They're not like really conservative. They just don't like all the crazy SJW stuff.
The very hardcore progressive stuff.
Yeah. Well, yeah, back then we just called it SJWs. But yeah, now it's like called woke or progressive. And I feel like you're just seeing like a similar thing. Like people that are really woke are like the old SJWs. Sometimes you just push things too far and be like, I don't think I feel this. And then they kind of like go in the other direction.
Yeah.
But like, these people aren't really conservatives. They're not going to stay there for a long time. Like Elon Musk is not like religious. He doesn't like vibe well with, like hardcore fundamentalist religious people or evangelical Christians in the United States. And I don't think it'll last much, but we'll see.
There was it was like a chart or a graph or a spectrum thing that Elon tweeted where it was like people on the right, people on the left, and then Elon right here. So he was like more so aligned on the left side of it. And then it was like that was back in the day. And then now it showed the left had just pushed so far left while the center and right have stayed exactly the same. And now he's like on the right side of the spectrum, even though he still feels like he's on the left.
Yeah, that chart is
there's any
fucking stupid.
accurate to
No, Elon is just a fucking moron.
You don't think there's any
everybody like
accuracy to that?
No, it's fucking dumb. All the political positions have changed. The right has changed dramatically. If you were a Bush era conservative, the idea that your political party is now anti-corporation, hates all big business, and is following a New York City billionaire off the edge of the earth who has like had 3 wives and was fucking porn stars and paying them off with campaign money while cheating on his wife. This is the new, like moral leader of your political party who also makes fun of like war heroes and like makes fun of like POWs and shit. Like, that's wild.
That sounds like you're like saying that basically all conservatives are saying that Donald Trump is their moral hero, when in actuality, I think that very few people, honestly, on the conservative side, believe that.
I don't believe that.
And I think
it's the biggest cope in the world.
Okay, but what do you say to the people that say, I'm really going to vote for Donald Trump, not because I support him, just because I hate Biden?
They're
and
lying.
I feel like it's the exact
They're
same thing
lying.
on the other side.
You think
They're always
you
lying.
think they're
It's
all
always
of
the case.
them
I run
are
into
lying?
so many people. They'll do this thing where like, yeah, I don't really support Biden. And Trump isn't the greatest. But I'll vote for Trump, I guess. And then every time you look at social media, it's always like, Joe Biden sucks his son's fucking cock while he's fucking smoking crack cocaine. Donald Trump fucking owns this fucking guy. Like, embarrassing Hunter Biden released sex tape. Donald Trump fucking owns, like, every
Dude, I could
just
listen to
think-
an hour of this.
Yeah, no, it have every
So
single fucking time I talk to these people. I have never found the moderate Trump supporter. It is always people that, like, when I talk to them, they are blue in the face because I know they just came from throating like an 8-inch like Trump realistic replica dildo because that's all they fucking do.
You probably never met them because they're the people that are never going to talk about
It's
it.
the same people I feel
Yeah.
like that are liberals or on the left that are not super extreme, that you feel like most people are right there. I feel like that same thing exists on the right, where it's just you don't really feel like compelled to integrate yourself into this whole thing because it's just so toxic and violent.
Yeah, but the difference is when you look on the left, like if I go to the center left and I'm like, what do you guys think about like progressives or what do you guys think about, like lefties or tankies or whatever? A lot of them will be like, I don't really know. But that shows I can find that sentiment. If I look in Congress, there's like 4 maybe progressives. If you talk about like the Justice Dems, right? If I look at Republicans, they couldn't have they had no House majority leader for like a month for the first time in all of U.S. history because they're playing so many stupid fucking games in the House of Representatives. If I look at the Republican Party, you got the largest conservative figure in all of media, Tucker Carlson, going on TV talking about how cool Trump is, and then the leaked text messages that came out over the Dominion case were like, I hate this fucking guy. Like, he's destroying our network. He makes, America look fucking horrible. I can't wait till he's gone. We don't have to suck off the studio anymore. I'm paraphrasing a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not the same. It's not the same. The people have gone too far left. Like, I have friends. I don't know if you guys are like this, because you seem like you don't have friends. I'm just kidding. I have friends that live like in Seattle and Portland, and they regularly tell me things where it's like, the people here are fucking cringe. It's gotten way crazier than what I'm used to. And I know a lot of friends like that. I don't know any conservative who's like, yeah, like all
Control mission. What am I like? I'm almost halfway through this Destiny video.
These people around me are huge, like MAGA, like Trump supporters, and I'm so uncomfortable. I've never heard that in my life. Now, maybe I have a different set of friends, so it's not like that. But I think that you can see in the polling data, you can see in the politicians that are supported, you can see in the general bend of both parties. On the left, Biden doesn't ever, now maybe if you're conservative, your brain did you think this, but on the left, reasonably, Biden is not trying to cater to woke tards ever. Like the biggest time that he tried to cater to them maybe was through the student loan debt cancellation stuff.
What about all of the invitations to like the transgender people, to the White House, and that one lady who like exposed, I think, like some naked part of her body? I'm sorry, I could be getting the gender wrong here, but like that person got naked at the White House. I feel like that still is kind of pandering towards that.
It might like pander. Sure, okay, I'll qualify. Maybe they like pander a bit, but like,
and then the
that's
White
it.
House video there for Christmas. That one too. I feel like
What
most
was
of
that
that
one?
pandering a little bit more towards.
Yeah, they might pander, but like at the end of the day, if you look at Biden's legislative agenda, if you look at the lawmakers that are in Congress, it matches the composition of the Democratic Party, which is largely not
like,
that.
dude,
But if you compare that to the Republican side, the Democratic Party right now is in a totally good spot. The Republican Party is on the verge of collapse. Like, we can pretend that both sides are the same, but if Donald Trump doesn't win this next election, nobody has any fucking idea what the Republican Party is going to look like, because Donald Trump is the Republican Party. He is the center of the party right now. 85% of people would follow him if he were to run third party. The Republican Party is lost its total center in terms of leadership. The only person there is Donald Trump. And yeah, I just think to pretend that both are like, yeah, you know, they both have their things, it's just not at all the same.
What do you think about Vivek Ramaswamy?
I don't.
You don't think of him?
Don't think about this guy. He's a fucking loser. I don't know. What do you mean? He was a good litmus test for, oh shit. Wait, did you guys like Vivek? I was about to say really mean stuff.
No, I mean, I'm different, yeah.
I don't have like a hard stance on Vivek.
neither one
We
of
had
us
him on the
do.
podcast.
Yeah.
He was really kind to us, really
Seems
generous
like he'd
with
be
his
a
time.
kind
And then
guy.
also, I like a lot of like his they could just be PR moves, but he seems very diplomatic and supportive and understanding of certain things. Like when Trump was restricted from the ballot, he said, "Oh, I'm going to do the exact same." It seems like he's doing it from an ethical standpoint. Maybe politically posturing, you could make that argument. But
It's
it seemed
posturing.
like he was,
I don't even know if he knows why Trump is taken off the ballot. I don't think anybody does.
I want to know about Jeffrey Epstein.
What about him? What a disappointment. My God.
You have all of the answers, right? To Jeffrey Epstein.
Here's what happened. Here's what people wanted there to be. People think that there are a bunch of politicians, billionaires that are raping kids all day long, and they love that theory. It's just such a fun, awesome theory. Hillary Clinton was involved in it. Bill Clinton was involved in it. Prince Andrew, all the billionaires, they're all of them. Okay. And then when a story like this comes out, yes, you finally, okay, QAnon, the pizza shop, everything is coming together. Okay. This is it. The child billionaire politician sex rape ring. Finally. And I think what probably actually happened was you had a billionaire guy like Epstein, who was a pervert, who paid off a ton of girls, not even the majority of them, a minority of them were underage, to come over, give him massages, maybe give his friends massages, and sometimes jerk him off. But the vast majority of it was probably legal. The majority of it probably weren't minors. There were a few that were. I think 2 confirmed, only 2. And he just like, sometimes he would like send girls to go and like rub and tug his fucking friends or whatever. And that's it.
Do you think that any of it could have been for blackmail?
No, absolutely not. Or I want to absolutely not,
all the
but right now there
politicians
is
are fucking
zero
child
evidence
rapists.
whatsoever of that at all. And the idea of doing something like that for blackmail in U.S. territory against some of the most powerful people in the fucking world, that sounds like the most.
Oh, he doesn't have
thing you could ever do.
intimidate yet. Oh well.
Why would you want to? I'm gonna blackmail ex-president. I'm gonna blackmail every rich and powerful person. Like,
But I think there's a narrative that he has videotapes or he has photos. And
There is a narrative.
could say, hey, if you don't do this little thing here, we got these photos and we could release
the guy's
it. and-
already a billionaire. There's no evidence of any of this ever being the case. Nobody has asserted this or claimed this. It is pure, fantastic, like everything. Like, there was just no reason at all to believe that to be the case. It's a fun story and it's cool and it's sensational. There's no evidence for any of it. And if you really think about it, it would be pretty wacky for a guy like, oh, I'm going to go and blackmail literally all of the most powerful people in the world and see what happens. Why would you ever do that? That sounds like the dumbest thing ever. No?
But maybe
Oh,
that's
this
why
is
he's
special
dead.
move.
But then why isn't Ghislaine Maxwell dead? Why wasn't he killed before he even got taken to prison? What, like, there's like a billion other ways that this could have played out more reasonably. Like, that kind of guy wouldn't get arrested. He would get fucking whacked. He would get assassinated. There'd be like, who saw Kill Bill?
Dude.
You guys didn't see Kill Bill?
A long time ago.
Not a big movie guy.
Remember the Asian girl who killed the one guy in the bed and she was
Been
like
a long time ago.
The
I
audience
wouldn't
will know what I'm talking about,
remember.
okay? But they all hate me
someone
now.
will remember
They all
that.
love the
Yeah.
Epstein story.
All right,
So
I'll watch
it
that
is.
movie.
It is bad. Listen, a lot of you hearing this for the first time. Okay, Epstein probably didn't do anything that crazy. He probably paid off some minors to jerk him off, which is bad and wrong and coercive and gross and disgusting. Majority of the girls weren't underage. I don't think anybody got like trafficked in
don't
the sense that they were like
imply.
abducted or kidnapped or
Fuck.
forced to stay somewhere where they didn't want to. I don't think he was sending children around to all of his friends so that they could all be in some pedophile sex ring. I don't think that there was any like blackmail, crazy shit, anything like that going on. There's literally no proof or evidence for almost any of those
Do I
claims.
outspeed?
they're
I
fun.
don't even know, bro.
Are you concerned at all about politicians trying to put the political opposition in jail on both sides?
I'm on the Republican side, not on the Democrat side.
What do you mean?
When I look at the history behavior of Republicans trying to jail or talk about jailing political opponents, I think it's very worrisome. I would say that so far, I think Democrats have been fairly responsible when it comes to how they approach it, with some select criticisms for the way that they conduct themselves. But I think all of the Trump indictments are 100% fair. All of them are public. You can read them. Some of them, he's dead to rights on like the Mar-a-Lago thing. Absolutely dead to rights on that. The New York thing is like, kind of, I don't know. The RICO thing in Georgia and the main Jack Smith case for the insurrection stuff, I think is really strong. It'll be interesting how that plays out in court. But yeah, but you compare that to like the Jim Jordan like House impeachment inquiry of Biden because he saw too many Hunter Biden cockpits or whatever is like fucking stupid. I think.
And that's the documents you're talking about?
Mar-a-Lago is the classified
That's the
information.
classified information.
Correct.
But didn't
yeah.
Joe Biden have classified information as well?
Yes.
And so the status on that.
brother?
So again, this comes down to a fact of the matter thing that I think a lot of people just aren't aware of. Taking classified material out of a they're called SCIFs. I'm trying to remember what it's. It's like secured classified information area, designated area or something. Taking classified material is not a crime. You might get fired for it. Taking classified material is not a crime. The crime, if you actually read the criminal statutes under the U.S. Code, and you can see them in all the Trump indictments, the crime is if you knowingly take something, or if you keep something that you know you're not supposed to have in an unsecured area. That's the crime. So for what Joe Biden did, and I think Pence did this as well, was I think it was their lawyers discovered like, oh, here's a document that might be classified because a lot of it is retroactively classified. It's not classified at the time you take it. And then if you communicate with either NARA or the FBI or the DOJ, you're like, hey, we've got a classified material here. Do you want to come and take this or whatever? And they do that, you're fine. That's totally, it's happened to a ton of people. It happens every time presidents leave office. Sometimes they take a bunch of stuff. Some stuff gets retroactively classified. NARA will come and they'll take the stuff. That's all fine. Donald Trump had the ability to do that. NARA reached out to him in March 2021, I think. And then it wasn't until a year later that the FBI finally came knocking on the door because he wasn't cooperating. He wasn't turning any of it back in. And when you read all the leaked stuff, he knew that he had stuff that he wasn't supposed to have. He was intentionally trying to move the boxes around and hide it. And he was telling his employee, that Nauta guy, or Nauta, I think, he was telling him to lie to his legal counsel about where stuff was and what was where and to move it around to hide it from them. So Donald Trump was knowingly, he was satisfying the mens rea aspect of that criminal statute to be committing the crime of having classified material and retaining it against.
What was the material? What was in it?
National defense secrets is part of it. So for some stuff it related to, if you actually read the indictment for the Mar-a-Lago case, they list, but it's all in like vague terms. So it'll be like a document might be the weapons capability of an ally when it comes to this type of attack, the defensive capability of an enemy in this region. Like those are what they're all marked as. It won't tell you specifically what it is, but.
And why would he keep that?
Good question. Why would he? I don't know. He showed off some of it. There were at least two instances that they are asserted in the indictments where he's just showing off, like, I think one is Iranian attack plans, where he's talking to a reporter and he's like, look, Milley, he tried to say that I wanted to do this, but look at what he did. He's the one that made this plan, and he was showing it to a reporter. So that's one instance of it. And then there was another one talking about plans or something to another person. Yeah. Those are crimes. Okay. The obstruction element is also a crime. Willful retention of national defense secrets is a crime, even if the materials, even if it was like declassified. And then the obstruction of justice charges are crimes as well. The falsification of federal documents was one of the indictments. Conspiracy for obstruction was another charge. Yeah.
At any point, do you think it's in the people's best interest to limit free speech?
Yeah, of course.
And where do you draw that line?
I don't know. It's a hard one to draw, but like obviously, there's tons of limits that we all agree. I can't make plans with you, for instance, to go and kill somebody, right? And then go buy something to do it, right? That's conspiracy to commit murder. Conspiracies to commit crimes are arguably, it's just a speech element and then one step taken towards the crime that's not illegal. the obvious like shouting fire in a movie theater is illegal. You know, leaking classified information can be a crime. Like, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of free speech things that are crimes. Yeah, I don't know. It super depends. There's the Brandenburg v. Ohio standard for inciting a riot. Like, you've got to have the intention of inciting a riot and know that your words will cause a riot or whatever. There's got to be like imminent lawful or lawlessness that you're encouraging people to do, etc. Yeah, I don't know. That's very broad. It depends on, you need a specific example of, yeah.
How would you limit where to platform somebody or where they fall on that you even want to give them a platform to talk?
This guy basically always wants a Poison Fang. Fuck. The thing is, I want to pivot into somebody that has like quick attack or some shit. Does he just have like higher defense? Like, what the fuck is this? Oh yeah, it's like substantially higher. Oh, dude, the confusion because he's a poison type. Oh, dude, no. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm looking at calcs. Let me get this, yeah. Bro. Yeah, these guys just take so much damage. Yeah, Piplup does like okay against the Krogunk. I'd say Fletchlander and this guy, they do look pretty decent against this this guy. Venipede does not. Thene does not. I think these two are gonna be for this. Obviously, like Pernplug doesn't either. Pernplug is gonna be good for like Toxicroak though. And then I mean Starly is just kind of like hung out to dry in a lot of ways. Yeah, I don't even think Starly is like a worthwhile pivot. Yeah, I think Stun Spore is like the biggest thing to consider. So for Growlithe, we want a Cherry Berry. For Fletchlander, we want a Cherry Berry. For Piplup, I think everybody else wants a Oran. Maybe Piplup wants Pecha because he's gonna be plucking a guy that has Poison Touch, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure how much it matters. Just because Poison doesn't even do that much damage.
I think Venipede is the better lead because Bug Bite eats the Oran Berry, and then you can just go again, like right afterwards. And yeah, I don't know. Like we just pivot accordingly. Actually, oh, fuck, it might be Stine, just because it's easier to pivot to Venipede if it's Stine, if you lead Stine, versus pivoting from Venipede to Stine. And both of them have like simple like one-shot potential, basically. Or sorry, two-shot potential. Even after Oran, right? Like if he does 26, this guy gets to like 8, and then it's 18, right? He's at 18. Yeah, we're fine. Like the Oran Berry doesn't really have that big of an impact. Or do we just want to like? Because honestly, what I could do, yeah, I don't know. I kind of like this better. You eat the Oran Berry, and then it's like you can just kind of go into like turn prep if you want to, and just like finish it from there. It's really not like a huge deal. Fuck, Cine is like useless on everybody else though. Yeah, Cine is useless here. Venipede you can at least use. No, you can't. Fuck. I mean, I guess you can use Stine on. No, wait, hold on. You can like kind of use Stine here. Yeah, Venipede is actually useless everywhere else. And Starly is also useless everywhere, so. Wait, who am I leading? Venipede, right? That good. Bug Bite. Nice. Ooh, he gets fucking. I am dead to crap. I never did the bite. I only did the bite crit. That's so good. Okay, what does he want to use against Print? Yeah, he wants to bite. I think we just pluck here. Yeah, we eat his Oran Berry. Our skin is whatever. Yeah, he just wants to like bite. Fuck, dude. Like we're kind of just like dying to a bunch of shit. Does Surskit die to anything here? Surskit dies to bite crit. He dies to most bite crits. He like never dies to Poison Fang. Just use Poison Fang? Nice. I don't really care. Oh fuck, I thought we were gonna I thought he was gonna die, but it's fine, we have quick attack. Rough skin, whatever, we have Oranberry. He's dead. All that matters. Oh, Krogunk's gonna fake out anyway. I think we just gotta pip up immediately. We have Oranberry, and then we want to pluck his berry. So we can never belch. Nice. Yeah, we even got a +1 speed out of it, which is cute. Okay, this guy wants to bullet CDC's killed. We'll go to this, get an intimidate in. Oh, wow, he does 1 damage. Dude, how does Bite not, like, eat orange berries? You know what I mean? Sunsport, that's so good. Even if he harvests, I think we still kill it here, right? Nice. Simple stuff.
Problem from anybody. I think, well, if it's popular enough, I think you should always be talking about it, right? If there's like a guy who thinks he's got like a rock solid argument for why we should sacrifice children to the sun god, and he's got like 0.0001% popularity, I probably wouldn't platform this guy. But for Donald Trump or all of the stuff relating to conservatives there, these are all very, very, very popular beliefs. There's a large segment of the United States population that believes in these things. So the idea that you wouldn't platform that when, 30, 40% of Americans believe it is insane to me.
I agree. I'm not a huge fan of the word platforming or platform, which I feel like it's kind of exploded in usage in the past couple of years. How could you have this person on? You're just platforming these ideas and stuff like that, which I think is just like, I think that thought, if you're thinking that, that's like plagued your brain.
I think the argument is that you're exposing this person to a wide range of people who may never have seen this person. And because we're the ones to introduce that person to a new audience, they might take on those beliefs.
But how do you know you're right and they're wrong if they have support from like, a non...
Well, to the person who disagrees, everything that person says is bad.
Right, but I'm saying it's up to them that's having that thought. If you recognize that thought, then you should probably look inwards and question that thought.
Yeah. I think it's also a matter of like how equipped is that person to deal with it versus you. Like if I was the world's most intelligent flat earther, I could probably beat you guys in a debate about flat Earth, right?
Yeah.
I would say the same. Yeah. I don't think I would win a debate against the world's best flat earth. I don't know.
The world's best, probably not.
Yeah. And that's probably true of almost every conspiracy. I think I know a lot about like Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, vaccines, but the top experts in any of these things could probably say almost anything to me, and I don't know if I could counter it. So if I have very strong moral beliefs about how I think we should feel about, say, like vaccines, I'm not going to bring on like the world's best anti-vaxxer because I'm probably going to get crushed in that argument unless I do a lot of very particular research for this particular debate. So I wouldn't want to like give this guy access to my whole audience where I can't counter a single thing he says. So I think that's fair.
Sometimes I think it's just the way you say it and with the confidence. If you say something with like 100% conviction, I almost can't disagree with it because I could just say, well, my experience is different. But if you believe that to be true, sure, go for it. But I don't agree. And just leave it at that. But I think a lot of people want that.
And if you say it in a very fluent way, people say fluency is a proxy for accuracy, which I kind of agree with.
Interesting. It depends on what you mean by fluency, but I probably agree with you.
Like if you're able to just kind of like go and just maintain a good
I would agree. I'd agree.
The way that you talk. Do you think journalism is failing America?
A little bit, but I also think America's failing journalism. I think that they're very reciprocal. Like they feed back into each other, and the type of journalism we have today is very much a response to the type of things that Americans want to see. And I think we all kind of have to do a little bit better in moving towards a more responsible future.
So who's it up to first?
I would argue the journalists.
It's up to so we should set higher standards for journalists.
Well, when you say we should set higher standards for journalists, that makes it sound like the people need to move first because we're setting the standards,
You're right.
Yeah.
So you'd say it's the government needs to set higher standards for journalists.
No, journalists need to set higher standards for journalists, I think.
But why would they do that when they're financially incentivized otherwise?
I know, it's a hard one, right?
So how do you
But why would the people do it when the people like watching people screaming at each other and being the most part of the
problem?
That is the problem. So they feed back in. That's what I mean when I say feedback into each other. Because that financial incentive is the feedback mechanism. And then for consumers, it's the consumption lever that's their feedback mechanism. So they're going to watch the things that are entertaining them the most, and journalists are going to produce the things that entertain them the most, and then you're stuck in this horrible world.
That's the tough part. It's like you don't want to restrict them, but you do want to somehow incentivize them to angle a little bit more towards truth rather than...
It's human nature, though. That's why the news is so negative all the time, is that's what keeps people watching. And we've even realized it on my main channel of just like negative titles get 2 to 3 times the viewership than a positive title consistently. And it's one of those things where like, do you want to make a positive title that 1/3 of the people watch? Or you make the same video, the same message with a negative headline, people watch it and take away the message. We were even talking about
It's
this
a very good
earlier with
Pokemon.
a podcast title. Do we say the 5 things you could do to get rich, or the 5 things you could do not to be poor? The poor title, like this, it's the same video, but the negative connotation does better. And so from a journalistic point of view, it's like the negative is going to get more attention. People are more likely to click it. There's no reason for them to change that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. I wonder sometimes. Yeah, I don't know. This idea just popped in my head, so
Yeah.
I might completely
Jingle.
2 days from now think it's the dumbest thing in the world.
Sure.
But I wonder if people are drawn to the negative stuff because their actual real life is actually pretty decent, even though people don't realize it. So you're like drawn to the negative stuff because it stands out more. Like, do I want to turn on the TV and watch like some happy, normal, ordinary story if like my life is like kind of boring or whatever? Or do I want to see like some exceptionally crazy shit? Because I'm thinking like if you take people in like really exceptionally fucked circumstances, like would they be listening to negative stuff
I bet
all
they
the
would.
time? Do you think they would? Because I
think-
feel like when I
yeah.
think of the people that have the most engagement with politics in a negative way, where it's really driving them crazy, I'm usually thinking of like middle class kids who are like their life is fine. I'm like, why the fuck if this stuff makes you so miserable? Why are you fighting about this all the time?
There was something I saw
yeah.
of like the fear of loss versus the pursuit of gain, and someone fears losing $1 way more than they would pursue getting $2.
There's a lot of
Like the
interesting
ratios
behavioral
are like,
econ
yeah, the
research on
ratios are
this, yeah.
so skewed towards like, I'd rather not risk this little bit than have all
Let's
of this
go.
upside.
Yeah.
And my understanding is that
Brave.
all of that was really designed to keep us alive. Like we have to be on
20
edge. Because
speed.
what
Could
if
be
a
worse.
lion comes out and like kills you, or you do that one thing? Like it's more worth it to try to stay alive than it is to try to, you know.
We had a
build your-
psychiatrist on the podcast who also did crisis negotiation.
Mhm.
And he said the reason why we're so fearful of negative things happening is because it's been coded
Remember
into our
once
genetics,
again.
into our DNA. Whereas back in the day, like Graham said, if you weren't fully perceptive of all of the negative things, like eating a certain bad fruit or like going into a certain bad part of the jungle where a lion could attack you, like that was the end of it. That was the end of your entire family tree, end of spreading your genetics, end of your entire life, end of everything.
Mhm.
And we're so used to that like kind of scared mentality, the scarcity, that it's just kind of like stayed with us, even though we don't really have any of those like super violent threats.
Yeah.
It's still way more important when you're walking through a dark alleyway these days to think somebody's going to come and get you, rather than to just be completely oblivious of negative things that could happen, because that's the end of
There's
everything.
very little margin of error when it comes to your safety.
Yeah,
or
it's
your
possible,
life.
yeah.
So
One
that's
thing-
what yeah.
That I absolutely despise about journalism is they can make certain claims about people, and then these claims, these alleged claims, they turn out to be false.
Mhm.
And then they don't make content that would say, oh, sorry guys, I made this like claim about this person. It kind of ruined their life, but it turns out it's not false, and I'm sorry, I'll do better in the future. That just never happens. For example, this is a personal example, but it happened to my favorite artist in the entire world. His name's Rex Orange County. So he had a bunch of articles made about him doing alleged sexual assault. And then I was in all of his like fan groups and everything, and everyone was saying, I will never forgive him, even if he ends up being not guilty, because this is just such a disgusting thing, right?
Okay.
So he is incurring actual financial damage, reputation damage, measurable damages to his life because of all of these articles that came out. Turns out CCTV footage came out, proved him innocent, like actual irrefutable evidence. All the charges got dropped, and nobody made any content whatsoever saying that he was innocent. And now I still feel to this day when I meet people and they ask me about my music taste and I say, oh, I love Rex Orange County, they always say, oh yeah, but what do you think about that thing? It's like they all know about the alleged infraction, but nobody knows about when he was actually absolved from it.
Yeah, that's definitely a problem. Even if people did publish retractions, the retractions always get way less coverage
do.
than the original claims.
Yeah,
There was
true.
something that I saw on Twitter, and it was this huge follow-up of this, I think she was like a congresswoman or something, that said she was sexually assaulted in like the train station, and she pointed to the guy, and they caught the guy, and all these headlines went out about him. I was trying to just find his name, and then they pulled up the CCTV footage afterwards, and the guy just was on his phone, accidentally like kind of bumped into her like this and kept walking.
Mhm.
And that was it. And then no one really reported on it, but they later found out how ridiculous this was, and then they posted it calling out this Congress. Maybe she wasn't a Congress.
And she probably didn't suffer that much.
No,
relative
she
to
didn't.
How much this
no,
guy
but
suffered.
this guy, I believe, like lost his job. He was targeted. People like were sending him death threats. They were trying to track him down. Like
and the same
all
thing
this-
happened to Kyle Rittenhouse. Kyle Rittenhouse had several death threats. And like you said, assuming your take on Kyle Rittenhouse case is correct, and he was doing completely fine thing, not in the wrong in any capacity, but he suffered horribly
Yeah.
because of this thing, and hardly any media, well, at least on the left, more so on the right does it, covers it.
Yeah, I mean, that's bad. Of course, I agree. A lot of the coverage of those stories are really bad. One of the most fucked ones that I thought was funny was the bird watcher, the Central Park. I think it was in Central Park, the bird watcher guy who ran into the woman with the dog, and she called 911 on him. Oh, fuck, never mind.
No,
wait a second, I remember this.
Yeah,
it was big.
That guy has a TV show now, I think, on like the Discovery Channel. His whole life got made for that, and that woman's life got destroyed. But basically, I think there's a recording of I don't want to get the quoting on this wrong, especially because we're talking about misreporting. But there's like a video of him on his cell phone, and she's saying something like, "Hi, 911. Like, there's a guy here. There's a black man here, and he's threatening me." And something like that. I don't remember. She says something like, "Oh, like you're a black guy. Like the cops are gonna get you." I don't know if it was something specifically like that, or if it was just her saying like, "There's a black man here," and he's like, "Oh, you're being racist," and blah blah blah. And he published that video and online, and her life was destroyed. And obviously, everybody said he was a hero who endured this horrible Karen white woman in the park, blah blah blah. But
white woman.
when you go back and you look at the actual Facebook post that the black guy had made on his Facebook. Now, I'm not trying to say that the woman was necessarily in the right for calling the cops, but on the guy's own Facebook, he said that he had brought doggy treats because this woman was bringing her dog to the park, and he thought that the dog needed to be on a leash or something, and he brought doggy treats, and he was going to try to lure the dog away from her so that he could, like, take the dog or something. And in that light, I'm like, okay, well, I kind of understand if he's threatening to do this, because then he also threatened, like, I'm going to get your dog and blah, 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 that she would call 911 now because she's worried or whatever. It paints that story in a way different light.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of random stories where you get like half the, I mean, you brought up Kyle Rittenhouse. All of Kyle Rittenhouse happened because of the riots that happened in Kenosha, which was in response to like that 14-second Twitter video clip of Jacob Blake. Do you remember that? Black guy goes into a car with a cop behind him and he shoots him in the back like 7 times, and it looks horrible. But the entirety of that was 2 or 3 cops were wrestling with this guy to try to not get him to go in the car that had like the 2 children of a woman that this guy had previously sexually assaulted. And the cops were trying to get him to not drive off with the kids in the car. So when the full story came out, in my opinion, the police officers were completely exonerated. Maybe they should have tried harder to take him down before him getting in the car or whatever. But initially, it looked like just some black dude trying to get in a car where the cops were bullying him, and they shot him in the back for like 7 times for no reason, right?
Did anything happen to the police officers?
I don't remember what the follow-up for them was, but I know the Kenosha riots were in response to that video, the Jacob Blake video.
The problem with stuff like this is that you're financially incentivized to trigger negative emotions in people about a given enemy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it just lines your pockets more the worse you make them seem.
Cops, immigrants, black people, conservatives, liberals, yeah.
For me, I don't like the fact that they could make all these alleged claims, but almost state them as though they're a fact.
Yep.
Like there are some of these things where I read them and it's like, you know, this person took this person into the thing, beat them, and did this and this and this. And then at the end, it's like, allegedly, according to the complaint or whatever it might be. And it makes it sound like, oh, they're stating this as a fact and this is true.
I feel like for media, they'll always say allegedly if that's the case. But for
we
Twitter
out
and stuff,
no comment, you know.
For Twitter and stuff, it'll be, I always tell people, like, if you see a 12-second video, you should always be wondering why it's a 12-second video. We all have cell phones. We've got CCTV footage. Like, if you're seeing 12 seconds of video footage, it's because somebody very specifically wants you to see only 12 seconds of video footage. That should say something to you, you know?
We had a conversation with David Packows. He was the guy from War Dogs, if you've ever seen that movie.
Nope.
And there was a major media publication, I think it was the New York Times, that made this massive article on him saying that he was delivering improper ammo to the Afghans, sourcing it through the U.S. military. And then all of these secondary publications they cite the original publication, the New York Times, basically as fact. So as it goes down the line, people just start citing other things, and then it just eventually becomes fact.
Yeah, that happens, yeah. I notice sometimes when I try to track down like an original source or claim for something, I'm clicking and clicking and clicking. And what was like 15 different sources is actually only one. And then when you go to that one and you try to figure out where they got it from, you're like, yeah, that happens.
I got a question about Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
He was recently spotted in Russia. People are speculating he's going to be interviewing or having a conversation with Vladimir Putin. What do you think about that? Do you think more journalists should strive to have those hard conversations with people that are kind of warlords?
I think journalists should have hard conversations. That's not what Tucker Carlson is going to go. He's going to go do the Constellation thing. Putin is awesome because he's standing up to the U.S. that's weak and they're losers, but Putin is based and strong, and they believe like in Christian values and the family, and they don't believe like in weird trans gay shit. And he's like, you know, doing what he needs to do to be a man and traditional, and America is like weak and feminine, and it's just like that East versus West culture war. Stupid shit. That's exactly what that whole interview. I just spoiled the whole interview for your entire audience. So make sure you put a spoiler on this section, because that's the entirety of that interview is going to be like that.
I love the conviction that you have with that, and we'll be able to directly actually
good
compare
clip
that
me.
to the
Yeah.
thing.
That's exactly what it's going to be.
It would be hard to go to Russia and criticize Putin to his face. I mean,
how
far could you take it to begin with?
Right. There's probably gonna be like armed guards just outside of the whatever building they're in. Or room.
But I probably just wouldn't do it then. If I have to either choose to be like a mouthpiece of some guy or not talk to that guy, I probably just wouldn't talk to him then.
I think it depends on what Tucker's incentives are. If his incentive is, I want to make money and I want to expand my reach because a lot of people are going to watch this, I'm just going to do it and say whatever I need to say.
Dude, please.
That's probably what it's
just fucking catch.
I am having a really hard time understanding the left perspective as far as the border, to be honest. Obviously, for everyone to get up to speed on the news, Texas started putting up walls. The federal government was trying to take them down. Civil war was trending in the United States on Twitter because people think that it's like actually the first time since a state is disobeying direct orders from the federal government for 50, 60 years or something like that.
Oh, God.
It's been a very long time since something like that had occurred.
No
the Supreme Court ruled Texas can't install razor wire and barriers to mitigate legal immigration. What are your thoughts on the governor, Greg Abbott, saying that?
Hold on, bro. Fucking. Apparently it's 20% for this. Struggle Bug does kind of a lot of damage. Maybe Aura Beam. Whenever he gets freed. Come on. Let's go. Jesus. Give me a fucking heart attack, bro.
That they have a right to defend themselves. The federal government should not be involved in this. What do you think about the federal government removing the razor wire?
This is just a legal argument, and it's not going to be satisfying for a lot of people, but the federal government has exclusive jurisdiction on matters relating to immigration. States that have no jurisdiction whatsoever. If the federal government and their enforcement of border policy is doing something and Texas wants to do something with them, they can do that in coordination with each other with the federal government's consent. Texas cannot defy the federal government on immigration law. So if they're putting up razor wire fence that ICE or whoever I don't know who is it ICE? Immigration to Customs Enforcement? Are they the ones that are at the border? I feel like it's a different agency. Customs and Border Enforcement, CBE maybe? I don't remember it. I think it might just be ICE. I don't think it's ICE. There's another name for the agency. If they're down there and they're saying, hey, stop putting up this razor wire, it's fucking with our job, and then Texas continues to put it up for purposes of regulating immigration, Texas doesn't have the authority to do that as a state. Just full stop. They don't.
Okay, so barring what the current rules are saying, what do you think should happen here if you're going to make the biggest possible benefit for Americans? And do you think that should be the main thing in the purview of the government?
The federal government should have exclusive rights to do immigration. That's the only way the country works. That nothing else makes sense there. So, I mean, that should be the case. In terms of like how to actually deal with the border, it's always hard to tell like if things are bad or not, because everybody has like an incentive in blowing up other stuff. Like every year, you know, conservatives say there's a new refugee asylum seeking crisis on the border, and it usually is like overhyped.
But this one seems to be different.
Well, because Abbott is like making it his like job to now defy the federal government in terms of how he wants to enforce border policy. I think something definitely needs to be done. Obviously, there are issues relating to the border and people like coming into this country illegally. I think Biden is trying to pass legislation to get something done, but Republicans are also blocking it. I think
Biden was asking for more power when people were saying that Biden already has the authority to solve the problem.
I don't think it was power. I think he was asking for money. I think they just need money.
Is it money?
Border system is like really backed up. Like I don't think we have enough money for agents. I don't think we have enough money to do the court stuff. Like he needs more money for it, and that legislation is being held up in Congress right now. What we really need, unfortunately, is like comprehensive immigration reform. We need to figure out, we need to redo how we let people into this country, and there's just not the political will on either side for it yet. So
is this not something that's concerning to you at all?
There are parts of this that are concerning. The main part is that a state governor would defy the federal government and then get support from like 25 other governors to do that. That's very scary. But
this isn't high up on your list of priorities as far as like what's happening right now policy wise.
It's actually, it would be one of the highest things. I just don't talk about it
because of the difference between the state and the federal government.
Yeah, because it makes me sound unhinged, but yeah. Assuming all the facts, and I haven't done like the super deep dive into this, like, but if the facts are as I think they are, have they been like presented or whatever, I think Abbott should be arrested and thrown in federal prison because he's literally like rebellious. This would be the same thing as if California were to say like, oh, well, we've actually decided today that we're going to let anybody from Mexico that wants to fly into this state, we're going to let them fly and stay here even if they're legal immigrants. They can just get out at the airport and they can go and live in this state if they want to, which would be insane. You can't do that.
Do you have confidence that if the plan that Biden has proposed would be approved, that it would actually drastically improve the border enforcement in the situation?
I think it would improve it. Would it drastically improve it? I don't know. Biden's enforcement right now is, I think, a little bit better than Trump by the numbers. People don't like to hear that, but the reality is, one, Trump's final year in office was very easy because of COVID. There weren't very many people coming through, and because Trump could use, I think it was Title 42, he could declare a national health emergency and do hardcore border enforcement, which Biden couldn't do anymore. He tried to, and the Supreme Court said you can't use this title anymore to do this because there's no more COVID health emergency. But I think the Cato Institute did a big analysis on the number of people that were coming in as a percentage of like border crossings and et cetera, and it showed that Biden was doing percentage-wise a bit better. There's just a whole bunch more people trying to come right now, especially once COVID is over. So I think that like more money would help, but again, we need like comprehensive like immigration overhaul, and I don't know when the fuck that's ever coming. Yeah.
So my understanding of the situation,
I missed.
Let me just state this right here. I get most of my information from Twitter, on the left and on the right, just to be clear. But it seems as though the remain in Mexico was just, it obviously went away with Title 42, and then people are coming. They're saying that I feel threatened by my current government. You get led into the United States with a certain court order that you have to appear by so-and-so date, say 3 or so months in the future. And then people just come into the United States, drop their passports, drop everything, drop all documentation, and then pray that some policy is going to be passed for them all to be granted amnesty.
Yeah, I've read that. I don't know by the numbers like how much it's actually happening.
So
I haven't done that yet. If that is happening in a huge amount, that would be a bad thing. But I don't know if that's happening more than it ever has been in the past. If there's any reason to believe that it's happening more than it ever has been in the past.
I think that the number. So I've seen a lot of data on this, at least, but it could be skewed data. But it does appear that the number is like 10,000 illegal immigrants coming per day from the southern border that are going into the United States. And the thing that's concerning for a lot of people is if you added up all of the numbers, I think it was since the beginning of Biden's presidency, the known number is 6 million. And then you have all of the unknown gotaways, which are the people that just get through the border without actually being, on a camera or anything. And 6 million people, I think I saw some number where it's a greater population than like some crazy amount of the actual population of certain states. Like,
yeah, I mean, I think the overall amount of illegal immigrants that I'm familiar with, they're supposed to be like 12 to 15 million. And the numbers that I hear people saying is that like the illegal immigrant population has like almost doubled in the past like 3 or 4 years. I don't know if I believe that, but I haven't done like the really deep dive on the immigration border stuff. I was going to, but I'm still doing like foreign policy, so I haven't dug into this as much right now.
Yeah, it was really interesting that you didn't really talk about that with Ben Shapiro. I really thought that was going to be brought up because I think for the conservatives right now, that's their biggest concern, honestly. And you see other people like Bill Maher, especially when you have these people, these like 4 illegal immigrants in New York that beat up all these police officers, and that was caught on video. People are now saying, okay, these guys got let off without bail. That makes absolutely no sense. And then certain things are getting approved for I think it was like, I don't know the exact amount, but it was in the millions, tens of millions, maybe over 100 million. For
billions.
visas with $1,000 credits to be dispersed to a bunch of different illegal aliens. And then a lot of people are saying, okay, well, it appears as though they're taking care of these immigrants more so than they're taking care of the citizens.
I normally, and again, I can't speak to those things. I haven't looked into that, but normally when you look into these things, they never are as they're reported.
Mhm.
Like,
I figured so.
yeah.
But if it is,
So I would have to.
then it would be concerning.
Yeah, it would be, but it almost never is. When a story seems like too sensational to be true, when you actually look into the details, it's usually not. But I haven't looked into those, so I can't speak to them.
We'll do our best to fact check what I just said,
Okay.
but it would be interesting. And I would like to see your take on that.
Okay.
Can we talk about business and finance?
Sure.
So we talked about this last time you came on the podcast, and this was actually, interestingly enough, some of the viewers' favorite section of the entire podcast, because I feel like it's very rare that you talk about this aside from like policy and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know how your revenue has changed since you last came on this podcast, and if the sources of revenue have changed, like where you're getting it from.
Well, YouTube is a big one. I like a contract now with Kick for streaming, which is also a big one.
So the contract, you're still not able to disclose that contract?
Probably not.
Probably not. And
Don't
then
think
YouTube,
so.
I've noticed that like your YouTube channel seems to be like exploding.
Yeah.
Currently. Do you have any idea why that may be happening?
Because I'm awesome. I try to go on a variety of platforms. I'm usually pretty entertaining on a variety of like different
Mhm.
areas, so I can like plug in with a lot of different audiences. And then I think my political point of view is a little bit refreshing because I can give you a unique take on things from my perspective, and it's not just here's what all the progressives think, or here's what all the like the centrists think, or here's what all the conservatives think. Yeah.
What about the pay difference between Kick and YouTube?
Well, I mean, the Kick thing is because I have like a unique contract with them
Right.
as an individual. YouTube AdSense is just so good. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know who really competes with that right now.
So what percentages would you say are coming from these sources?
Well, Kick now is probably more. It's probably more than YouTube, for sure.
Wow.
Yeah.
Then YouTube revenue in totality.
Yeah.
Is that revenue or profit? Because I know that you have the
Both.
Clips channel where you pay the editor 50%,
Mhm.
which a lot of people in the comments thought that we were saying that that was not a good thing, that you're paying like your Clips channel.
It's
because
really
we were
high.
Because we were surprised
It is
because
high.
how much can you say your Clips channel editor is making?
Well, I negotiated them down now to 43%. So
43 down from 50.
Okay.
yeah,
So what's that look like revenue wise?
a lot. What do you mean?
A lot? I
Well-
think last time you said it was like 50K a month.
It's probably a little bit higher than that now. Yeah, around that. Yeah.
That's
He's
real.
in a
That's
great
and that's your
position.
main channel. Or is that your Clips channel?
No. These are for all three of my channels.
So you'd say now that
Yeah.
Kick is actually a more significant portion of your revenue than YouTube.
Yeah.
And how are you spending this money?
Goes right into my investment account.
And what do you invest in?
I'll buy meme stuff on stream because I'm like I have I have
There we
strong
go.
feelings about this particular thing for some stupid reason. It usually works out really well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like I bought. God, I wish I could remember it. I think it was like a year and a half ago. I bought a whole bunch of Meta because
Oh, good.
because I was like,
timing.
it
Holy
dropped
crap.
like 20% or something. It had a
It
huge
did.
drop, and I was like, did I really feel like it lost that much? And I'm like, nah, I bet people are overreacting. So it always be like dumb.
That's the
Wait,
logic.
are you
yeah,
still-
that's the logic. And I'm
Are
like,
you
"Ah, why-"
still holding on to Meta stock?
No, I dumped before the 20% gain.
Oh, yeah.
But it was a huge. I like my investment massively beat the S&P 500, so I was happy with that.
How much did you throw into Meta?
I don't remember. It was like 300,000 or 400,000. I don't remember. But
You put in 3 or 4?
because I'll deposit a bunch of stuff from my checking account to my like investment account, and then I'll just like buy a meme stock, and then after a year I'll be like, oh cool, I beat the market, and then I'll sell it, and then I'll put it into like a S&P 500 like VOO like VOO.
And what if you
or
don't
whatever.
beat the market? What if it underperforms? Do you still sell it, or do you just keep it until it?
I'm gonna be honest. I'm
Yeah.
like 5 for 5 on my
Okay, you gotta knock
my
on wood,
stupid.
man.
No way.
Yeah, well, but it's all gambling at the end of the day. But like
I know,
if I
but
lose,
dude, 5 for 5. Well, it depends when you started. Like
You gotta
over
sell-
the last
start
year and
selling
a
your
half,
stock
everything
picks.
is basically.
yeah, I
Last
talk
year and a
about
half,
it all on
everything is
stream
up.
because it's funny because I'll talk because when I bought Meta, it continued to tank for a while because I want to say I bought it like 160. I think it
Oh,
might have dipped
when-
below 100.
It did dip below
Yeah,
100.
and
yeah.
everybody in my community is like making fun. It's like, no, guys, we're gonna hold tight. Okay, where are my bag holders at? We're here.
Yeah.
And then but by the time I started like a year and some change later, man, I don't remember. It
Holy
was
Santa packs?
significantly beating the
What a
S&P
fucking
500, so I
asshole.
felt good on that.
So
I
what's
did
the-
down before the 20% big increase
Yeah.
like yesterday, but yeah.
So what's the next stock you're buying?
I
you
just
have
buy
one?
just
I
total
know.
meme
You
shit.
just
It's
kinda-
meme shit. You should never
I
copy.
didn't think Facebook Meta was
I
a
bought
meme
I
stock.
bought like 100K I think in that Anheuser-Busch shit because so many conservatives
Oh,
are like, I'm
yeah.
gonna dump this stock. That beat the S&P 500 barely, but it did. I have like the screenshot of that. I just want to post to like fuck
Oh.
with conservatives. But
So you were telling us earlier you didn't like a lot of financial YouTubers. You felt the advice that they give is bad.
it's always just like some meme generic shit like invest in real estate or something fucking random. And I'm like, oh, well, what does this even mean? I don't know. or like crypto or
So what would you like to see more of?
more of.
Yeah.
Number one is college. Go to fucking school.
Really?
It is incredibly
no.
important.
Wow.
If I could give one piece of advice myself growing up, it would be to study more. God
Are you
damn.
serious?
Yes.
Is it
absolutely?
actually? And you're not being
I'm not
sarcastic there.
joking.
I can't tell
If you
if
can,
you're
it is
joking.
like the easiest path towards like securing a job and moving your way towards a career,
It seems
making
like
a big investment in
more-
yourself.
But
more-
put it at the studies, man.
What
more
studies?
businesses,
ZipRecruiters.
more businesses, yeah, are hiring people without a bachelor's degree. It was something ZipRecruiter now. It was like 50% of businesses no longer require a bachelor's degree
For what jobs?
for their jobs on ZipRecruiter.
Which ones?
This-
Nobody's
this
getting
is
an engineering
overall.
job without a degree.
Okay,
Nobody.
that's STEM.
Oh.
That's STEM.
Sure.
So I would agree with you. I think
Okay, I'm
college is
sorry. If
extremely-
you want to be like the manager at your local franchise Wendy's, you probably don't need a STEM degree.
Okay, but what
or
about
any
all
degree.
the like the arts degrees?
What about them?
I feel like there's plenty of coding. A lot of tech jobs no longer require the bachelor's degree if you're proficient in what you know.
Here's
lot of
the
it's coding
here's
boot
the
camps.
here. I'm so sorry to hurt your feelings if you're listening to me. If you want to get into software development and you don't know if you should go to college or not, you absolutely should go to college. The people that get those jobs that didn't need to go to college are people that are already working on stuff. They're like highly driven. They do like all of their own research. They
Yes.
work on programs and they work on projects. And when they go, they might price a little bit for the tech interview, but they pass the interviews. They've got like work they can point to and they're proficient. If you're just some guy who's like 18, you're like, well, I heard that I don't need to go to college, and then you like do Python for 4 years and you make like one stupid program and you're like, oh, I want an interview. Like, you're not getting hired from anywhere. You're not getting a job.
Okay,
feel
well, I think that's a whole different argument. I think we'd probably be in agreement because you and I
Yeah.
would advocate if you're in STEM, you should go to college.
Sure.
Just generally speaking, broad strokes here, you
Yeah, of
should go to
course.
college if you want to study STEM. Same thing goes for things like coding, although I'd probably recommend a coding boot camp because it's a
It seems
lot
like
less
coding boot
expensive and
camps, yeah,
specialized
would
rather
be-
than taking all these undergrad random units. Like I had to take history of jazz. That gets me nowhere and costs me a
It
bunch
rounds
of
you out
money.
as a human being. And if it's costing
Why
you a
do
bunch
you
of
need
money,
to
it's because
be-
you're going to some stupid fucking private school when you should just be doing either
I
community
don't know, I
college
think
for
you're
2
just
years or a
wasting your
state school.
time. If you're not making
You're
money or
wait-
studying something, you're going to be
My-
eventually doing
You're
My
it.
thinking
rounding
is
yourself
that
as a human being. How is it a waste
You
of
could
time to know
round-
more about the history
but
of
you
jazz?
could be rounding yourself out
I was a saxophone player in college.
I
Fuck
don't
you.
remember
Jazz is
a
important.
single thing.
Jazz
from
is
the history
America's
of
most
jazz.
important contribution to the entire world of music, and you don't care to learn
All
about
I
the
can
history
remember
of it?
from that class is Duke Ellington. That's it. Don't even.
Yeah.
I can't even name a song from him.
That's okay. At least
you know how much
the
time I
name.
spent sitting in that classroom and how much money probably went in that, even though it was community college. It could have been an actual university, and it would have
And
been
look, you're doing fine right now because you're a well-rounded human
not
being.
thanks
Good
to
job.
jazz. I dropped out of
Congratulations.
college.
It was the
Well, fuck, then
opportunity.
You shouldn't have.
It's the opportunity cost of wasting 4 years in a school just to go through the motions, just to prove that
How is it a
you.
waste?
Because I just feel like you're being told what to do,
It's
and you're not thinking for yourself.
Yeah, welcome to every
and-
job in the world. Being told what to do and not thinking for yourself. How many jobs
feel
do they
like-
give you the creativity? You're not going to be in a Facebook playroom where they give you like Legos and you're like, let's see what projects you guys come up with today. Like,
But look at both of us. Both of us are in a very creative field.
we're
not
like the
told what to
1%
do.
of the 1%ers, though.
But
not
who's
everybody
to say
can be.
you can't do that?
The reality, most people can't.
I feel like people can.
Okay,
if
I
they-
agree with
yeah.
you. I think to accept the fact that like everyone could do this job would be kind of lunacy.
It's the difference between like anyone could do
Yeah.
this job,
They
but not
want-
everybody.
but
Not
I'd say if
everybody
they
can do
want
this job.
I believe if someone really wants to do something within reason, most people can accomplish. What
You
they
haven't
wanna
met a lot
do.
of NCAA athletes who really think that if they try hard, they can go to the NBA or the NFL
I
or
think,
whatever.
but,
like,
but that was my exception. You know, obviously, like I can't play in the NBA. Maybe, but
I just think
you
when
know,
people
this-
go
I
to
would say-
college
yeah.
and they start studying things that like communications and they just like, well, I just wanted to go to this college, didn't know what I wanted to do, and I know I could get in with communications. That's not going to take them anywhere in life, and they're probably going to have $100,000 worth of student loan debt.
First of all, if you have $100,000 student loan debt, you are exceptionally indebted. Okay, what is the average student loan debt? Isn't it like 30
30K.
grand? Yeah. Okay, so if
That's
you're
a
100K, you've already
lot.
fucked up. Number one. Number two, I agree with you. Going to school and being aimless is dumb, and you shouldn't do that. But better to be aimless in 4 years and have gotten a degree than to be aimless from 18 to 22 and then what? Get a normal job, knock somebody up, and then just be fucked for the rest of your life. You're
But
never going back to school. What are you
That's
going to do?
That's what you're saying is the only alternative. And that's not what we would advocate
Wait,
for.
what would you advocate for?
If you're not going to college,
Yeah.
figure out what you're actually interested in and actually go pursue that.
Okay, that's 1% of people. You're telling me that the problem is people draw from different groups to make these arguments. The person that goes to school and is like, I don't know, I want to major, I didn't take one class. That person, okay, don't go to college, is not out of college, and they're like, I'm going to take a 1-year coding boot camp. I'm going to be totally fucking driven. I'm going to study every fucking day. I'm going to remember, and do
But that's
that
what-
person who's capable of doing that would probably just go to college
Right,
and
but
get
the
a 3
reason
degree.
is because the NPC bots, they think that college is the next route, okay? They think that college is the next route because that's what they've been learning and impressed upon since they were growing up. But if only we maybe had a little bit of a change of culture of like, oh, you want to get a job after college, maybe you try this alternative route, maybe you do this instead of just the natural route being just go straight to college, and people just like, I'm going to do it, don't know what I'm going to study, don't know what I'm going to do, but I'm going to go to college.
If you don't know what to do, to get work experience in anything.
Work experience.
If the culture, I'm saying the culture needs to change.
Any experience.
You got
work
4
as an
years
apprentice,
of retail experience. An apprentice for who's going to take an apprentice out of high school for a good job?
Anybody. You could.
Who? No, they're not.
If you're going to college, if you're going to
high school,
if you're going to college, you need someone to support you, right? And you have to get work experience to pay for the college. So in a lot of those cases, you could say, I'm going to intern for this person. I'm going to be this person's assistant. I want to try this career. I could go to this trade school. I could get my real estate license. There's so many licenses that you could just get on your own.
Real estate is for people that fail law school, and trades are for people that couldn't make it to college. Why would you?
The trades are fantastic.
No, they aren't. They suck.
Why? Why do trades suck?
Because they're worse than college degrees by definition. They pay less. They hurt your body more. The hours suck. It's more demanding work. It's less creatively free. What do you mean?
I've heard a lot of trades pay very well.
They don't. You heard lies.
No, they do. They do pay really well.
Why are they lying?
Because they're assholes and because they feel strongly about the profession. Here's what happens. Some asshole will come on and is like, yeah, I'm a plumber and I make $250K a year. That person is not a plumber. That person is a small business owner that employs plumbers. It is never the case. Yeah, you're looking it up right now. The trades do not average on median.
Okay, median annual wage. This is 2021.
Okay.
Also, so it's a little bit wind turbine service technicians. 56,000.
Sure, that's an ultra specific part of a trade. I doubt that you
tile and stone setters $47,810.
The ultra specialized trade things that you're talking about are not going to be trade jobs that you get going into the trades and working for 2 years.
So what trades are you talking about?
That person that's probably doing that probably started doing other types of trade work, but you've got to build up to that for 10 or 20 years.
Career.
Floor layers.
You could say the same thing about a doctor.
Yeah, but having
security system installers.
But generally having to do that work, it starts off with less pay. Your pay horizon,
but in college, you're not earning anything for 4 years.
No,
so
because
by the time you would have graduated college, now you could be a specialist.
Yeah, and when you're pulling something back on a slingshot, it's not getting any closer to your target. The whole point about college is you're doing an investment in yourself. You take on some early debt to increase your lifetime earnings potential. And if you look at the median wages of almost any college degree over a lifetime of earnings, it's like $1 million difference
but
between.
Couldn't that be because they're the type to go to college to begin with that they would have done well regardless? That they had the ability to sit there, focus, get a job done, do a task.
Yeah, I don't want to be a mean person, but for a lot of people, life just works better on rails. There are a lot of people where I think it's the exact opposite, where if you take a person, and I know people like this, where it sounds so mean because we have the dream job of oh, you're your own boss, and you blah, 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 which is cool and it's fun. I like that. You too, you must like that if you do this as a job. But there are people who it's if you throw them into the wind, they are lost. They're not going to fucking self-direct and figure out what they need to do for work or to grow the blah. But if you put them in a certain environment where you're here's your job, here's your task, they do really well.
The problem is that the type of person to watch this podcast is not the type of person who wants to be on rails. Just the fact that they're listening to a financial-based podcast makes them the exception. That's what I like to think and tend to see.
I super disagree. And I would fight you to the death on this because people will say things like that's more delusional than every single person that thinks they have ADHD has ADHD take. I think that a lot of people like the idea of financial independence and being their own boss and blah, blah, blah. But at the end of the day, that's stressful stuff. Not knowing where your next paycheck is coming from, having to chase down your own leads, having to create your own opportunities, not having a guy to just tell you what to do, that's an incredibly high level of stress. Some people, I think, the exception, less than 5%, are super built for that. You guys probably are. I know that I am. Because you guys do podcasts and everything, you must be, I would imagine. But for a lot of people, that's incredibly stressful.
Right, but that's for being your own boss. We were talking about just certain trades and other jobs that didn't necessarily require a college degree.
Any path that's not going to a traditional 4-year college.
I would say if you know what you want to do for a career, you snipe it, and maybe the snipe, you got to go through college, which I think is totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're going into college and you just have no idea, you're going to be taking all of these undergrads, and you're just going to be killing time, essentially.
I understand, and that could be the case, but that person that might go to college and have no idea if they just spent 4 years doing
'cause
nothing
he was
except for
Benno
working
Shaw.
and had no idea, that person is in a much higher likelihood of destroying their life than the person that goes to college for 4
I know,
years.
but the thing is that the culture says the only normal route that people should go on is straight to college. But maybe if we shifted the culture a little bit more to like, hey, there are other alternative options where you don't have to take on so much debt and spend so much time going through the system, then I think that it would
Yes.
actually
Very
make
good.
sense.
I think if there were
Yeah.
other stronger alternatives, I would
Yeah,
agree. But right
slapping.
now, like that path towards going to college, getting your degree,
I feel like it's
joining
getting
the
less
workforce.
and less prestigious. Like the college degree is no longer this barrier anymore. It seems like it's become so common that it's lost its meaning.
You know what else is common is GEDs, but we wouldn't tell people to drop out of middle school. I mean, yeah, college degrees are common and they're ubiquitous, but I mean, that's because the level of education needed. The American worker is more productive
Nice.
today than they have been at any point in history, right? Like the level of education, everything you need for society today to participate in the economy is getting higher and higher and higher and higher. So, of course, degrees are becoming more and more and more the norm. I agree that there are paths that you can take that don't involve college that will set you up for success in life. But I don't see any like regular general things that I would just push a bunch of people off towards. Like,
Nice.
I think it's up to
consider-
the individual at that point.
That doesn't mean anything.
It does,
Everything in
though.
life is up to the individual. But the reality is,
I
we can look at data, we can look at numbers, and we can see, like, on average, like, you know, how do you perform if you go to this area in life? How do you perform if you go to this area? You know, if you get a high school degree, you're probably going to be fucked. If you go to the trades, you do better than high school. If you do a 4-year degree in college, especially in STEM, you're probably going to be doing the best.
But if you're outside of STEM and being a lawyer and stuff like that, I just know that like so many people in my own personal life, because I'm kind of at that age now, 25, where a lot of my friends, family, et cetera, have just gotten out of college recently. And they're kind of just like, okay, well, what do I do if they don't have a STEM degree?
Well, then they probably have rich families. Fuck them. Let them study what they want. Have fun. If you want to go and be an English major or a history major or an art major, I mean, if you have passion for that, then do that. If you go to school and you're like, I'm going to be a history major, and you come out and like, God, I can't find a job that pays me $85K, $95K a year, you're probably fucking
But the
retarded.
thing is, I don't think they have passions. A lot of them are just like, they're 18, I'm going to go to college, kind of bum around for 4 years, figure out what I want to do. By the end of it, I might know what I want to do.
What would
and
they have done in the
hopefully
interim? Like, what would they have done outside of college? You think they would have magically stumbled into their passion?
Okay.
I think they'd understand more if they go into the real world and get actual experience.
But like,
working.
what experience? Like we talk, like when you guys talk about experience, I feel like you guys ever read the Odyssey or the Iliad?
Mm-mm.
It sounds like you're talking about like these heroic journeys where it's like get your backpack on and go and travel through all of Europe and work a collection of odd jobs in all these different places. And like at the end of all of this magical excitement and adventure, you'll discover who you are. The reality is at 18, if you don't go to college, what that usually means is it's time to go find a bullshit job and start working for the rest of my life. Because what other
But you
experiences?
could try bullshit jobs in different careers and say, you know what?
You
Maybe
say
this is the
career.
one.
What are the careers? I'm thinking like you work at McDonald's and then you go and you work at fucking Walmart and what are the career jobs you're getting at 18, 19 with no experience?
I like to think that you could be anyone's assistant.
What does that mean?
Let's just say you want to be an artist. You could find an artist in your area and say, hey, I just want to work with you, see what you do. I'll do anything for you. I talk a lot about doing this. This is what's worked really well for me. And if you're going to be in college, chances are you're going to spend your time in a classroom or spend your time actually doing something. So if you spend your time working with someone or in an industry that you want to be in, you could determine pretty quickly if you like it or not.
I think that would work if you're a really hot girl and you're trying to intern with guys because they'll hire you or have you be their assistant because they want to fuck you. But other than that, realistically, I'm just trying to think like
I think passion and
Yeah,
enthusiasm are something.
if
that
no offense,
really,
I'm sorry, but
For
there's
Graham, it worked
not-
for me.
yeah,
I don't want to sound like disrespectful towards younger people, but like passion is a dime a dozen. I don't give a fuck about passion. And I don't think anybody that works well gives a fuck about passion. What you care about is what have you done? So show me a portfolio. Are you reliable and on time? Can you return an email in 24 hours? Are you like actually a reliable person that can show up where you need to be? And then like, yeah, what can you do for me? I don't think a random 18-year-old showing up at the doorstep of like a 30-year-old musician like, I really want to help an intern or whatever, unless this guy's got like anything in his past. Like maybe you
Jack didn't have anything in his past. Jack just cold emailed me and was like, hey, I want to come work.
Several times over the course of several months. I was very persistent, constantly showing up at the top of the inbox. And then finally,
Yeah,
one
it was like
hit.
6 months of
Yeah.
emails.
why did you hire Jack?
Well,
He-
he didn't
it-
hire me per se.
Yeah.
He just said, "Hey, I have all this like extra
Jack-
work, and I just want to offload it." And I said, "Give me anything. Let me provide value." And I just inserted myself kind of in the business, and
Yeah.
that was that.
How did you email him? What were you offering?
How did I email him? I offered him literally anything. I was like, I mean, I think I mentioned in the email, like, yo, if you want me to walk Ramsey, which is his cat, or pick up Ramsey's poop, I will do
Yeah.
it. Just tell me one thing. I live an hour away. I could drive to you. Do whatever you want, whenever you want it, and I'll just provide value. And then finally, he got back to me, and
Yeah.
he wasn't the only person that I hit. Like, I hit 3 creators in total, and I sent each of them several emails. Another creator got back to me. So
And why did you say yes?
A lot of that was his persistence. I saw 6 months of emails, And he was at the top of the inbox at a time where I was really trying to offer this work. And I was offering people in my office at the time, will you help me with this work? I'll pay you $20 an hour. No one did it for like 2 months. And it was building up. I saw Jack's email. I was like, I'll do anything. I thought, you know what? Let's put this to the test. Will he actually do it? You want to do these Facebook emails? Let me know. Jack was like, yes, I'll do it. He finished it overnight. And then after that, I saw his work ethic, how quick he was. He was very responsive. And I said, you know what? I'll take you to dinner. Let's talk about it. And I really appreciate your help. And then from there, I gave him all these other tasks. I was like, okay, you know what? You did well on this. I had this other thing. Do you want to go through my emails and just pick people who you think would be good on my second channel? Yes, absolutely. I'll do it. Okay, here's what I'm looking for. Just let me know.
I understand once you get initially in. Yeah, I don't know. I have hundreds of people that email me for stuff like that. I would never just take a random person. Like, I would need to see, like, what have you done in the past?
I think they might be shooting up a little bit too high up the ladder, in fairness, at this point. Like, I think if you're going to try to find a mentor-mentee relationship, I think you need to go, like, a few steps ahead of you rather than just shooting for the stars.
I had, at the time, like 500,000 subscribers, which was big, but small enough where I was still doing everything 100% myself. So every email was like me reading it personally. But that's also how I got like everywhere, every business I've ever gone into or every bit of work I've done has been just purely asking.
Sure.
I mean, if you had the same thing, a mentor-mentee relationship. I reached out to H3H3. He had millions of subscribers at the time, and he'd get back to me because his inbox was probably flooded.
I didn't even realize somebody was fucking... I didn't realize somebody was in chat. That was like over an hour ago. Yeah, what's up, man? I'm doing well. Like a fucking hour and a half ago.
Like I'm sure it's possible to do this. I just don't think it'll be the norm. Like, how many people emailed you asking to help? You said he was at the top of your inbox, so there were a ton of other people asking to help.
Probably, but
so he was one of.
But
how
you know
many
what?
that
But you know what's
failed?
funny? I get some of those Instagram ones where it's like day 1 of asking Graham for blank, day 2 they'll give up on like day 10. But
you think if they went to day 100, you'd be like, I am going to hire you?
No, not hire, but someone's like day 1 until Graham calls my cell phone. Or like, I'm not talking about hiring somebody based on 100 DMs, but I'm talking about a low-level lift till Graham comments on my YouTube videos. Since Graham calls me, like a minor lift thing, and they'll give up after like a week and a half. Like when I started working as a real estate agent, I would go to open houses every single Sunday for months just to talk to other agents. And it took months.
Okay, I'm
and
curious.
Someone offered me, it was like, hey, you know what? You want to come work under me? Go for it.
Okay, neither of you have children, right?
No.
If you did have kids that were like 15, 16 years old and they were thinking like, I think I might want to go to college, you would say at 18, actually, I think what you should do is you just start emailing a bunch of people to see if you can work under them
No,
instead.
I would say, what do you want to do? What do you want to do with it? What is a college degree going to give you that you can't go and do right now? What is the barrier that a college degree is going to help you overcome? And if they say, well, I want to be a lawyer, and to do that, I need to pass the LSAT, and to do that, I need to... Absolutely. You want to be a doctor, I need the college degree. But if they said, you know what, I don't really know...
then college is just pushing off that decision of what am I going to do till a later date.
Yeah, the other thing, if they came to me and say, hey, you know what, I want to go to college because it looks like a lot of fun. And I want to go because I want to be around a whole bunch of people my age and we're in the same... Then at least I understand why. But if it's, I don't know what I want to do and I feel like this, you know, everyone else is going, so I should go, I would really say, like, why do you want to do this? Is it just be everyone else you're conforming
And if they weren't sure, they're like, I don't know what I want to do yet. Hopefully I'll figure it out my first 2 years or whatever. You would say, don't do that. you should.
I would see if there's an alternative. I would say if you don't know what you want to do, what do you I feel like as a parent you would know by age 16, 17 where their passions are.
Mhm.
Are they really good at something? Do they hate math? Do they love science? If they love science, is there a field in there that they want to go into? Does that require a degree? I'd really try to narrow it down for the person.
The idea, I
But-
think, is being intentional about your decisions rather than just kind of following the norm and thinking that that's going to be the solution to your problems rather than
don't-
like actually.
Yeah. So I don't disagree with that ever. Intentionality is always good. And I think if you're intentional, there might be some paths that aren't college that are better than just wasting time in college. I don't disagree with that. I just don't like the idea that it feels like when we talk about not going to college, we're talking about a whole group of people that are kind of like lost in college. And then we say, well, if you just don't go to college and you do something else, you'd be so much more successful. That's probably not going to be the case.
No.
And I think if you're kind of not sure what to do after high school, this is what I would say. For the group of people that aren't sure what to do after high school, they're probably better served going to college, even if it takes them 5 years to get their degree, than to just start working right out of high school. Because the fear or the possibility of getting stuck in the rat race when you're 18 or 19 and then never being able to revisit any other opportunity, I just think is too scary, in my opinion.
I think I had Deerling for this last time. Yeah, because it's like a normal grass type. It's like honestly such a good counter to this thing. Yeah, I do outspeed it though. Like I don't think Steenie is bad here. I think you usually live Hex into Hex crit. It'd just be really nice if you could come in on a Shockwave instead. Because then you would take like Shockwave, Hex, Oranberry, Hex. And you'd be like, fine. Oh shit, I only have one grass type. Wait, yeah, who's killing the Tortuga? Who kills this dude? Like, Rinplep, question mark? Nah, Choodle ain't it. Yeah, dude, Quillfish carried like so much of this fight last time. Oh, Remoraid, the goat. The goat. Dude, he's got Psybeam. What more did you want? What more could you want? Oh, God. Dude, he's got like a no fucking defense. Brother. What are you cooking? Yeah, what about this siege or see?
But because life can set in like really quick to where now you're 1 year out of high school, you might have a relationship, you might have kind of like a job and it kind of pays. So now you're cut off from like a lot of financial aid. You're already out of high school for a year, maybe two. Now you're 20. Do you really want to go fucking study again and do homework and blah, 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 blah. And now you're 25 and maybe you've got a kid and it's like,
what are the hidden powers? Let's see him. Oh, we gotta reset, don't we? Venipede is flying. Wow, it does 10%. How amazing. This is this is interesting.
Like, dude, nothing does any fucking damage to this shit. What the fuck, bro? Well, let's check out this Camper Gabby fight, okay? Oh, this is Steenie. Okay. Dude. Yeah, I don't even think this is worth planning for. I think it's just a waste of time. Yeah, I actually think Venipede is just like useless to bring to this. Like he's just like not good. What other part of the fight do I want Turret 2 to be on? Probably something like this, right? I think if you can position Growlithe to like already be out. Ooh. Wait, what about so can you position Staravia to be out? So basically Staravia comes in on a Hex. You outspeed finish this off. And then Whirlipede is out. He clicks rollout once and then he clicks rollout a second time. Oh god, 60%. Oh, it does so much damage, dude. Jesus. What the fuck? Oh man. 75% chance to OHKO with Fire Fang.
Or sorry, wait. Oh, my bad. Oh, 93% chance to 2-hit KO. Okay, yeah, I think that's fine. He just takes so much less from rollout, dude. Okay, who are we giving to Pecha? You get a Pecha. You get Oran. You get Oran. You get Oran. You get a Pecha. I think this might be one of those runs where we might just have to like sack the Marade, but I don't know. I don't think there's a better Pokemon to bring. I'd like to see the box again. Just because Psybeam is like so useful. And Venipede does fuck all for damage. Alright, let's run it up. Got the Granite Cave encounter? Absolutely not. I'd rather sack Remoraid. Always. Lower my chances of getting Toga tomorrow. Why would you ever do that? Alright, Shoodle. Puts Ice Fang twice. We got Shell Arm on this guy. We're chilling. This is easy pickings for the Choodle. Also, depending on who comes in, I might just like do a little bit of damage here. Yeah, like what's this guy doing in there? Yeah, we can go for a bite here. Why not? Oh no, I did not know about that. Shit. Oh, he's cooking acid? Oh no, am I dead? I'm so... Harrison. I'm fucking resetting. I don't give a fuck. Alright, we're not doing that again. Dude. Oh, Chaduga comes out, whatever. Okay, we're definitely not staying in. Jesus Christ, bro. He's gonna get 18 AP boost, and that's fine. Yeah, I still kill it here. So he's just gonna Aqua Jet.
was a crit. Nice. Yeah, acid crit is like 13, 15. That's kind of annoying. Okay. This fight is done though. Okay, no, it's not done. Good meme. Next guy. Yeah, we're sending out Shooter down. Okay, he just sees the kill with Venoshock, so he's clicking that. Dude, I think Mud Slap is like the base Giga Chad play. I feel like he's gonna toxic here. Yep. How much do I want to play these games? I'm just clicking side beam. I'll see you, Remoraid. I just don't have the guys to be like fucking around with this. I don't have the poison types or the steel types. So. Dude, you're so annoying. Nice, good. That's what you fucking get, bro. You cannot be serious. Dude, this is ridiculous. Why did he soak? Dude, please just die. Are you fucking serious?
I don't know, it's like, do I sack Steenie here? Like, what the hell? What does Play Nice do? Oh wait, he should always see Pin Missile as killing. Oh, he sees a bunch of stuff as killing. Oh god, please just Pin Missile, dude. Please Pin Missile. Poison Tail's a little better than Metal Shock. What's my item? Did I already use it? I already used my... yeah. Am I dead? Dude, it's so fucking gay. It's so fucking irritated, bro. Can do the fucking load screen for echoing. How do you do this? Oh, there we go. I don't even get to use the fucking Venipede guy, dude. Jeez. What time is it? It's like 2 o'clock. Yeah, I think I want to go like take a shower and stuff. I'll like get a starter or something and then go take a shower. Or honestly, I'll just save here. No, stop. I'm gonna fucking... There we go. Okay. What is it? Shift F1.